Good evening, guys, and welcome out to Revolution. So we are looking at Virginia Mollenkott, no influence on modern Bibles. So we're asking this question. So over the last few weeks, I guess, I've been a busy boy. I've been doing a lot of stuff. And this issue of Virginia Mollenkott has kept coming up. I noticed that Joseph Armstrong has made a video of this, and so I went through that when it first came out. I listened to that, and then I just recently went through that tonight again on like 1.5 speed, but I just sort of listened to the main points again. And I think it's good to evaluate absolutely everything, especially when it's coming from dubious sources like Gail Ripplinger, Peter Ruckman. A lot of people don't realize how wrong some of what these guys, how wrong these guys are with some of their facts and stats and figures. But we're going to look at a whole nother side of Virginia Mollenkott that a lot of people don't realize. I think it goes a lot deeper than people know. And so we're going to look at also who was the first one to come out with the King James material, because it wasn't Ripplinger. And so she brought out some issues in 1993. There was a guy before her in 1991 who wrote an article about Virginia Mollenkott. So we're going to go through that. We're going to check that out. And we want to be good Bereans of not only the Word of God, but also just of the facts, the stats, the figures, make sure they're all adding up. Now, I understand there are people who can, let me word this correctly and accurately. There can be personalities within Christianity who can be very persuasive. They can have truth. We look at, say, Steven Anderson, for example. A lot of people follow him. They feel that he is like a bit of a guru, and they'll follow him. And then when they get let down by this person, their whole world can fall apart. And I've seen this. I've sort of, I guess everyone's had a little bit of this themselves, where they put someone on a pedestal and they, abandon the faith, or, a certain pastor that they really liked and enjoyed commits adultery, and this type of thing happens. And so I guess, when I'm saying I'm not into Ripplinger, I'm not into Ruckman, I'm not into Gipp, at the end of the day, I've often said this, these people, like, who would you rather to preach to all your unsaved family and relatives if you only have one shot? Would you rather get someone like Carlo Martini, one of the main architects behind the Nestle Alarm text, Bruce Metzger, Kurt Aland, Westcott and Hort, George Van Smith, the Unitarian guy who helped Westcott and Hort? Would you get any of these guys? Bart Ehrman, I mean, would you get any of these guys, any of these people in the academy would you feel that they would be adequate to preach? You must be born again. It's by the blood of Jesus. They would probably preach something like, they might be able to say it, but it wouldn't be something that they're actually like really living. Most of these people are absolutely heretical. Jesuits, Unitarians, these people are off the wall. And these are the main guys behind the modern versions, behind the modern text. And when you look at the King James side, there's a lot of people who are on the King James side, Textus Receptus side. And there are a few apologists out there who I disagree with their methodologies, but I agree with their general conclusion at the end of the day that the King James is accurate. Now, they might have a different methodology of getting there. Now, someone might say aliens came down and wrote on, pieces of paper, and it was translated and become the King James, and so the King James is accurate. It doesn't mean I agree with them, just because the ultimate conclusion is, okay, this is accurate. And the thing is, I can't understand why it's such a strange and bizarre and weird thing to say that the King James is accurate. I mean, if you look at the EU documentation, if you look at correspondence between, powers, before computers, you look at the World War II correspondence, a lot of it's just accurate. Now, if you had people proofreading that, which is what the King James translators were doing, like if you got some of the best scholars in the world to proofread all of the correspondence between the Nazis and Japan, people who were fluent in Japanese and fluent in German, and they spent years on it, and they went through everything, and they proofread it, it would be an accurate document. I just can't understand why it's such a strange thing that the King James would be, if we say it's accurate, then we get it thrown into some sort of camp. It is accurate. I used to say it was inaccurate. I used to say the King James has errors. I used to say the King James has these faults, and I used to spell them out. Then I studied into them and realized that I was wrong. And I was almost illiterate on these topics. And I was saying by faith that the King James was filled with error. I was saying that by faith because I didn't know. Now that I know, 20 years later, I'm like, yeah, I was ignorant. Sorry about that. I was ignorant. And most people who come to me, I mean, I've made myself a bit of a lightning rod for the King James Textus Receptus information. So when people say, oh, what about this weird reading in the book of Job? And what about this weird reading over there? I'm studying into that and thinking about it and going through it, because I want to make sure that I'm right too. And I haven't just taken this on lightly and just gone, well, it's all, we just trust by faith and all these other people are just idiots. No, I've studied into it, thought about it, and I believe that the answers that we have are not only just logical, but that sometimes they become amazing. You're just left there going, this is an amazing thing. Like the whole thing about Easter, like when I discovered that in 2005, I wasn't a King James person then. I was saying Easter was a mistranslation. It should be Passover. I was basically saying the Bryan Ross line. And then, because I read that it wasn't pagan, it's like, okay, it's not pagan. But then I was like, no, it's just a mistake. And then kept going through. And the more that I studied Easter, I was like, this is amazing. This is like, to me, it's just so artful that they put Easter in Acts in the only place post-resurrection. It's like, and the more that I study church history, the more that I study the usage of the English language, I'm like, this is just incredible. This is amazing. It's not Ruckmanism. Ruckman believed that it's a pagan festival. So it's not Ruckmanism. James White thinks it's a pagan festival. So it's, I think people can realize that I'm doing my own research. But when I get called and labeled, a Ruckmanite, I'm just like, no way, dude. That is just simply completely wrong. I am not a Ruckmanite. I hardly even know anything about the guy. I've probably watched as much Ruckman as I have episodes of Friends, which is like none. Like it might have come up on a feed or something like that. And it's like, oh, and I would just be so bored with it that I'd switch it off. I guess I've read some stuff because a lot of people do follow Ruckman who defend the King James. So you sort of like, okay, and you sort of trudge through it. When I was going through the King James Only Controversy book of James White, there were some people who were Ruckmanite types who quoted Ruckman a little bit. And I actually went into Ruckman's books because it's like, oh, well, apparently I'm one of these Ruckmanites. And so I read some of the stuff from his book. I'm certainly just not a Ruckmanite. It just doesn't make any sense to say that. John Bunyan, when he was questioned about his Bible and why doesn't he argue from the originals, he said that he had an accurate copy of the originals in his English Bible. So I'd rather call myself a Bunyanite. I am not a Riplingerite. I am not a Ruckmanite. I am a Bunyanite. I follow Bunyan. And Bunyan believed if you read the English Bible, that you could have access to the originals, obviously through translation. It's more nuanced than that, but that's where I would stand. I think the whole concept of everything stemming to Riplinger or Ruckman, it's like looking at young earth creationism and saying, well, everyone who's a young earth creationist follows Ken Hovind. I simply don't. Ken Hovind, even he says some really dumb things. It's daft things, silly things. I say some dumb things, silly things, daft things. I would hate to think that people have come to a certain position. They're a Sayezite or anything like that. I would hate that. I would rather they research things for themselves. If I can point them in a certain direction and they go, oh, I wasn't thinking it until Nick said this. It's like, oh, okay, well, that's great, but it doesn't mean that you follow the person. And so one thing is people can strongly follow a person, like I said, someone like Stephen Anderson, or I remember, who was it? Jimmy Swaggart. Lots of people followed him. And then when he committed adultery, everyone was losing their mind saying, and people losing their faith over this type of thing. And it's like, no. And the thing is, to me, Gail Riplinger is just of little importance. She is someone who was focused upon, when you look at the people who are behind the Bible industrial complex, people who work for the sales arm of the Academy, Dan Wallace, James White, Mark Ward, these other guys. Of course, they're going to promote Gail Riplinger and Ruckman and Gibb as the voices of King James only, this type of thing, because the other voices are reasonable, and they don't want someone who's reasonable. Even when James White was having a telephone debate with D.A. Waite, Texe Marrs rang up and they gave him a bunch of airtime. And it's like, Texe Marrs is kooky. Like, I know that D.A. Waite would be like, it's like having Alex Jones ring up when you've had, someone eloquent, like, former CIA analyst Chalmers Johnson talking on a program, getting interviewed. And then you have Texe Marrs, then you have Alex Jones ring up and go, yeah, well, you go, and just start yelling. It's like there is a huge difference. And when you study this for a long time, you see these differences. It's like people who are young, people who come to this this issue without much knowledge of the issue. They might make sweeping statements, or everyone who's white is a racist. Everyone from Germany is a Nazi, sort of thing. Yeah, these things are they're just sweeping statements that just demonize a whole bunch of people. And you just got to be careful that if you're going out to destroy monsters, that you don't become a monster yourself. If you're going out to expose people, you've got to be careful that you are not treading upon people who are actually on your side. Like I've got one book of Riplinger here. Where is it? And it's about the language of the Bible or something. And I read through it and went, she said it's got a built-in dictionary, and I tried it. I thought, okay, I'll try it on these obscure places. It didn't work. And I tried it on some of my friends, and it didn't work. And I just went, it just doesn't work. And that was like in like the year 2000 or something. And so it's been 25 years I haven't got into her stuff. And before that, I've never even held a copy of New Age Bible versions. Never even held it. Now, there's stuff online. I've watched some people read stuff only just to go, okay, well, that's interesting. That's weird. But it's a bit like saying, Pastor Brian Blogg Smith says this. And it's like, who's that? Well, he says this, this, and that. It's like, oh, okay. But then apparently we're all sort of genetically related to this dude. It's like, no, we're not related to that dude. That's a genetic fallacy. Just because you come up with a concept, it doesn't mean that you're in touch with that person. You're related to that person. If two people work out 1 + 1 = 2, it doesn't mean that they're brother and sister. They're just not related. So anyway, I've been seeing a bunch of stuff come up online about Virginia Mollenkott. So I did a little bit of research myself, started poking around, and I am going to play the interview with Virginia Mollenkott and Joseph Chambers. Okay, so I am going to show you that one. Now, I'll put the link into, where are we? I'm looking for this one. I'll put the link into the chat there so that you can see it. So this is Paul Creek Ministries website. Now, this was taken down. Okay. But good evening, morning, Nick. And I've got no, I'm not sure what's going on there. Paul said, I have laid the foundation, another buildeth. Let every man take heed how he buildeth thereon. Folks sometimes aren't careful enough. So here's the link to Joe Chambers. I'll put it up on the screen there. So if you go to Web Archive and type in this address into, basically it's Wayback Machine. If you pause that and type all that in, you'll get where I'm at. So I'm going to show you this right now, because it does have a noted lesbian in the NIV translation, and it's got a link here. Okay, so I might make this a little bit bigger because we don't want to skip over anything. We want to go through from the beginning. Now, what I'm going to show you about Virginia Mollenkott, I think you're going to be absolutely shocked. And that's not just clickbait stuff either. The issue about the NIV, I think that is just that's like a tiny little blip, a tiny little pimple. We are looking at something that has influenced pretty much all the Bibles since then. And this is Virginia Mollenkott's work. So I think once you realize this, you'll see the picture, the photo of Virginia Mollenkott should be on the front page of every Bible. It's just amazing. You'll just go, wow. And so, Joe Chambers. Who's Joe Chambers? Joe Chambers, Pentecostal pastor, holiness Pentecostal, sort of considers himself classical Pentecostal. I've got his videos up here. Benny Hinn is Possessed by Devils, The Great Escape of the Saints, Pre-Trib Rapture, Pensacola, Impartations and Apparitions, The False Anointing, Trinity Broadcast Network, Temple of the Gods and Goddesses. So he is like one of those Pentecostal guys who's critical of a lot of the hoo-ha that happens in charismatic Pentecostal world. I've probably listened to more of Joe Chambers' material up until a certain point, probably about 2011. That's when I sort of I realized I'd exhausted his material. I could finish his sentences. I listened to everything that he put out, and I could critique it and go, well, I agree with him here, I disagree with him here. I think it's good to actually do that with people. You get to the point where you've data mined everything, and it's like, well, what more can I get here? Joe Chambers is a really good guy. He's got a heart of gold. He is a pastor in North Carolina. Now, I visited him probably about maybe 14 years ago now. So I went to North Carolina. He got me to share my testimony in his church. I got to visit his son and his family, Terrence Chambers. And I was shocked at the culture in America. Like I went to the kitchen table, and just out of nervousness, there was a bunch of stuff on the table, and I was just there, and I just sort of grabbed the first little thing that was in front of me, thinking it was like a lighter or something. And it was a cartridge full of bullets, and there was a little gun sitting there, and I'm like, it's all to do with guns. I'm like, oh, and they're like, oh, that's right, you Aussies don't like guns. I'm like, well, we don't really care less about it, but it's just usually they're not just sitting all over your kitchen table. And then I went inside their lounge. They said, come and sit inside the lounge room. So I went to sit down, and there were all these bullets everywhere. And I was like, I'd like to sit there, but there's a whole bunch of bullets. And they spent about 5 minutes cleaning up their weapons from the house, because they're just into shooting. They just loved it. And I went out in the backyard, and they had like the full axe thing where you throw it and hits the tree. And I was hopeless at it. You know, these guys had probably been doing that since they're kids. And I was just like, I've never done it. And I'm throwing it, and it just missed the whole tree and everything. And they're all looking at me sideways like, oh, these Aussies are pretty weird, you know. But, you know, if they came to Australia and we got them to do our things, they wouldn't last 5 seconds, but that's just different cultures. But anyway, had a great time with Terrence Chambers, had a great chat with him, and thanked him for his article on When Did Lucifer Fall. That was a great article that he wrote. So, yeah, I think I would not be lying to say that I think that I have listened to more of Joseph Chambers than probably anyone, which is a lot. That's a lot. I know I listen to the Berean Call every time. I used to download all the Berean Call episodes and just put them on repeat. And so when I was young, I used to live in a share house with a bunch of other Christians. We would just listen to the Berean Call and Joseph Chambers just on repeat over and over. His interview programs, his Saturday morning show, the Open Bible Dialogue, and his sermons, and we'd just listen over and over and over to the point where we just exhausted his material. So, and then I visited him. I have one of his books here. Yeah, just to prove that I'm not lying, and that I did see Dr. Chambers. He has here Nick Sayers, Blessings, Joseph Chambers. And so he gave me that while I was in the United States, visiting his house. So why am I saying all that? Well, I think Joseph Chambers is a good guy, you know. There are some things, you know, you can know it. You can have your best friend and you still can critique him, you know. You can really like someone's ministry and go, well, I wouldn't do that way, you know. And so, of course, there are things that I don't necessarily agree with Joseph Chambers. But as a whole, a lot of it I do, okay. But I've sort of felt checked to join his ministry and to join his church. The holiness thing I studied right into it. There was another Australian guy who went over to visit Joe Chambers, and he sort of preached the holiness thing. It sounded just like traditions of men, works, all this other stuff. And even Joe Chambers preached against it, you know, pretty much in the next sermon said, no, I don't agree with that. But yeah, And I actually had a very vivid dream. Okay, so listen to this. This was an amazing thing. I had a dream when I was first. This would have been back in the 1990s. Okay, so I got saved in '95, and in the dream, I went to Joe Chambers' church. Okay, so you got to think I'm in Australia, and Joe Chambers is North Carolina, so it's not like on the way to anywhere. It's just North Carolina, in Charlotte. And so anyway, in the dream, I go to his church, and I'm looking around the church going, wow, this place is amazing. It's very well built. It's nicely painted. Everything looks perfect. It's like people have spent a lot of time, particular care. And I'm just walking around going, this is amazing. And so anyway, I walk into this like shed area, and there's about 100 youth. Okay. And they were all dressed immaculately, like not weirdly either. They looked just mature, like college age kids, between sort of 16 and 20 sort of age, end of high school, college kids sort of thing. And one guy got up to preach, and as he was preaching, I looked down and I didn't have any shirt on. I was there in the nude from the top up, and I was highly embarrassed because everyone else was looking so perfect. And then I realized as he was preaching that I was wearing a shirt. I was like, oh, okay, I'm wearing a shirt. That's fine. And so anyway, that was my dream. And I was walking. I used to do long walks up and down hills, in my full fitness days. And I used to just walk along and either listen to podcasts, listen to, you have those tiny little things with all your MP3s crammed on them, and I'd, listen to all that. And I'd sometimes just pray. And I remember praying, I said, God, I remember having that dream about Joseph Chambers' church. That's weird. Because sometimes you don't remember a dream for years. Then you're like, oh, that's right. I had that weird dream, And I said, God, was that to do with back then? Or was it to do with like now? Or was it to do with, and I felt the Holy Spirit put on my heart, it's to do with this year, you're going to go to America. And it was really strong. And I was like, so I'm by myself, like, it's 11 o'clock at night. I'm just walking along the street, and I've stopped under a street light, and I'm just there praying, thinking, I'm going to go to America. I don't know about that. Because at the time I didn't have that much money. I was sort of like, just going through some stuff, and I'm thinking, okay, well, that would be interesting. And pretty much from that moment, I started earning about 4 or 5 times the amount of money that I usually do. And I got to the stage where I just had a ton of money, and I was like, well, there we go. I'm going to go to America. So I booked a ticket, went to America, went to LA, went to New York for a few weeks, San Francisco. But I got a bus down from New York, went to Charlotte, turned up at his church, unannounced, just on a Sunday morning, and just introduced myself. And he was like, yeah, I remember your name from my sermon tape. I've got a box of tapes of his. And so anyway, we just had a good chat and everything like that. So I don't even know why I'm going in depth in Joe Chambers, but a lot of people don't know this about me, that I do have followed Joe Chambers for a long time, thought about what he's had to say. But what was amazing, how's this? I went to his church. It was about 8 o'clock in the morning, and I walked around. It was exactly what was in my dream. Exactly. Like everything. Paint job, immaculate. Building, immaculate. It was looking amazing. And there was this big shed area at the back. And so anyway, when Joe Chambers turned up, I started chatting with him. And I said, did you ever have like a youth group in the shed here? He said, we used to have about 100 youth out the back there. And I said, oh, what happened to those guys? He said, well, they didn't like the holiness message, Nick. they rejected it. And it was like God was just showing me that the holiness message was, sort of, wearing your, the women wearing their dresses up to here and, long sleeves and right to the ground sort of thing. The old school, Pentecostal holiness stuff. And these kids have come in, gotten genuinely saved, because Chambers preaches a really good message. He preaches the gospel. And they've gotten genuinely saved. They're on fire for God. But then they've moved on because it's stuck in that fuddy-duddy sort of land. And so I was shocked that God had sort of shown me this in a dream in the 90s. And it was like 2010 or something. I mean, it was many, many years later. And I'm there, like, I remember dreaming about these 100 kids. It was so weird, And so anyway, Joe Chambers interviewed Virginia Mollenkott. Now, Joe Chambers, there's no denying that he was influenced by Gail Ripplinger. So this is the main reason why I'm talking about what I'm talking about. I remember him talking about, obviously he's a noted lesbian in the NIV translation, and this was one of his pamphlets that he brought out. He's talking about this. Now, when Chambers originally started looking at all the King James material, he got into Gail Ripplinger, okay? But not long after this, Gail Ripplinger had a massive split with D.A. Waite. She'd sort of said to the Waites that she'd never been married, okay? Like remarried sort of thing. But she had been. And so when she was confronted about this, because I know I've also listened to a lot of D.A. Waite's material, because I heard of him through Joe Chambers. Now, this is why I'm saying all this. Like, it's like one of those weird things where you just sort of know a lot about trivial stuff and it ends up sort of meaning something, So I knew a lot about D.A. Waite because I was very fascinated. One of the main reasons why I started getting into the King James material was because of Joe Chambers. He interviewed D.A. Waite and did an 8-hour Bible study on the King James issues. And so they were talking about Septuagint, they were talking about Masoretic texts, they're talking about Textus Receptus and Rasmus and a whole bunch of things. And so Joe Chambers would come with questions for D.A. Waite, and it was just gold. It was like 8 hours of just this material that I just listened to over and over and over and over and over. Now, D.A. Waite was one of the main opponents of Ripplinger. Okay, so you got to understand this. Just like Will Kinney, I remember Will Kinney, he said that he read Gail Ripplinger's book and went, oh, there's problems with these Bibles. But I remember in the forums before I got into the King James stuff, before I accepted the King James stuff, I was a New King James guy and I was defending the New King James. I used to say Easter was an error in the Bible. There were errors in the King James. I used to say that. And I came to a lot of Bible forums in 2001, 2002. So it was about 2003 I really started to study things. I had a year and a half off work. I had a house. I doubled the price in like 7 months. I was able to sell that and to stay at home for a year and a half. And I was going to go to the University of New England and study Latin and Greek, but I decided against it. And I thought I'm better off just studying what I think is important rather than being told I need to, study, Philo and a whole bunch of other things that I have really no interest in. I was interested in the Bible methodology. I was interested in Tyndale, in Wycliffe, in the Latin Vulgate, in the Textus Receptus. I just wanted to know everything about the Bible. And so that's what I did for like a year and a half. And during this time, I studied the King James issues. I read lots of things, compared lots of things. I told Will Kinney, you are following Ripplinger and Ruckman. And he fully rebuked me and said, I am not following those people. I have nothing to do with those people. He said, I've read Ripplinger's book, but she's wrong on a lot of things. So I'm like, oh, okay. And then I was like, I used to call him a Ruckmanite all the time. And he was like, I'm not a Ruckmanite. And he used to point out where the New King James was wrong, and I didn't like him for that. Then I came full circle, and I was like, actually, I'm wrong. And then I would read through his stuff and go, yeah, he's not really just saying Ripplinger, Ruckman. And most of the people back then were not. And so back to Joe Chambers. Joe Chambers, this interview that he did on the Ankerberg show was in 1993, okay? Ripplinger had just brought out a book. A lot of people were like, this is the one. People need to read this. It's talking about there's a New Age agenda behind this, all this sort of stuff. New World Order, Bibles, and all this, whatever they're saying. But then Chambers started coming out and saying, no, I don't agree with her. I think she's wrong on this and on that. And he used to say this. And so the D.A. Waite was definitely against Ripplinger. He wrote books against her. So did Kirk de Vitro, who was part of the Dean Burgon Society, which D.A. Waite ran. Who else was there? There was Phil Stringer, prolific in writing books. He wrote about Virginia Mollenkott, saying that she is a messiah figure, this type of thing. So a lot of people in the King James camp, this book came on the scene. They're like, yeah, what she's saying here is amazing, this and that. But then it's like, reading the fine print, it's like, that's a bit weird. And then other scholars just coming in, weighing in on it, D.A. Waite, etc. And then because James White had mostly written his book as a defense against Ripplinger's book, but then through all these other people in the same bandwagon, people were like, well, are we just promoting her stuff? And so some people started saying, it's like separating from her and saying, look, I don't want anything to do with her. So, and especially a lot of people were disappointed with Sam Gipp and some of his answers on the Ankerberg show, because they felt that was a different position. And when you read back through their material, like, D.A. Waite, he's saying stuff since 1978, running the Dean Burgon Society. He's been, he's already been in the game for 12, 13, 14 years before Ripplinger comes on the scene. So these guys know a lot of stuff already. And Ripplinger just comes on. She's already got her, she's got her book, out there very quickly. A lot of people are saying this is the best book. They're like, well, yeah, we're into this. This is great. I guess it's like if anyone wrote a book about the King James issues, I usually just on the Textus Receptus Academy go, well, check this out, But then a few years goes by, people are like, not really into it. Sam Gipp saying things, you don't need a dictionary anymore. Exactly the opposite of what D.A. Waite was saying. D.A. Waite was teaching you need to go to the Oxford English Dictionary, go to your Webster's, all this other stuff. And so the people who I have gotten my information from have distanced themselves from Ruckman, from Ripplinger, from Sam Gipp. Okay. A long, long time ago. When she came on the scene, they were like, wow, this is great. But then they evaluated it and went, no, not so great. And then she lied to them, and they've written books against her. If you write a book against someone, that's a big deal. It means you're separating from them. So when you look at that, Joe Chambers put me onto D.A. Waite. D.A. Waite, way more scholarly than any type of Riplingerite, Ruckmanite. And when I've ever had understanding of a Bible issue, like the Easter thing, D.A. Waite straight away adopted what I'd said. He didn't reject it. Where I just sort of find some of the Ruckmanites just doubling down on that issue. Now, not today. I think it's almost at saturation point today where people are like, yeah, they're starting to see it. There are a few people out there, but usually they're just the sort of people who they would argue soon as you start bringing up anything about Nimrod, it's like there's hardly anything in the Bible about Nimrod, but everything goes back to Nimrod, apparently, and when you start seeing that stuff, you're like, oh, here we go, So anyway, we're going to get into this, and I sort of had to say that so that people know that I'm intimately acquainted with Joe Chambers. Okay, I'm intimately acquainted with D.A. Waite's material. Okay, and these guys were investigating things as well and looking at things at arm's length. At first, they did both go, yeah, great book, but then it didn't take long for them to go, hang on, something's wrong here. And I know Chambers has promoted D.A. Waite's material. And when he was on the show, he's like, well, you're a Baptist, I'm Pentecostal, we have our disagreements, but, we agree on this issue. And the thing is, at that time, you had D.A. Waite basically saying that Gail Ripplinger is absolutely off the wall. So, okay, so let's get into this. A noted lesbian and the NIV translation. Listen to this interview, which we're going to do in a minute. A confessed lesbian helped translate the NIV Bible. Her name was Dr. Virginia Mollenkott, and she was an English professor at the William Patterson University of New Jersey at the time of this interview. She is the author of a host of books and believed she had a strong influence on the translation of that particular translation. The NIV changed the term sodomy to a new term, temple prostitute. She certainly believed that this softening was a good thing and took some credit in helping to accomplish that goal. There is no doubt Dr. Mollenkott was well known for her far-left liberalism and the facts of her lifestyle. A little review of her books and her personal background show that direction. Her view of almost every great truth of Scripture is left of center. Dr. Mollenkott had long spoke of a de-absolutized Bible. That's interesting. It's very clear in the thinking of some of those that gave us the NIV translation that an absolute text was not their goal. And it's interesting when I read Joe Chambers, he has a lot of spelling errors and things like that. I remember his testimony. He got saved when he was 16 and he was pretty much illiterate, but then he just started reading the Bible. And so he knew some basics and he just learnt to read from reading the King James Bible, which is pretty amazing. So he would be in his 90s now. He's still alive. I actually have contacted him many times to come on the program for an interview. So I'm hoping that he will come on soon. In fact, this translation is not a translation, but a transliteration. I believe the proper term for this text is paraphrase. When you study the changes and deletions, you quickly see that this is an apostate Bible that is leading the church away from truth. Look at the warning words of our Lord Jesus Christ to all of us. For I testify unto every man that heareth the words of the prophecy of this book, if any man shall add unto these things, God shall add unto him the plagues that are written in this book. And if any man shall take away from the words of the book of this prophecy, God shall take away his part out of the book of life and out of the holy city and from the things that are written in this book, Revelation 22:18-19. And so, yeah, this is sort of like part of a bit of a series. Okay, so let's check out the audio. All right, so this should load up. Oops. Oh, it's downloading the audio. Okay, so that's cool. Now, I'll just have to play a little bit with the sound levels. So just bear with me as I open this up. It might start blasting your ears out.
As I was studying the NIV version of the Bible, the name of Dr. Virginia Mollenkott continued to come up.
Okay, so he says in 1994 he's studying. So I'll get that screen down. Now, what I thought I would do, I'll put some of the pictures of Virginia Mollenkott up on the screen. I know most of you probably listen on audio, but if you do watch, we've got some pictures of her up here, just so you can know who is getting interviewed. I'll put my player up there. I'll shut down the Wayback Machine and we'll continue. Now, I'll just go through these comments. Boulders Alliance says, cool, thanks. Pastor Brett's in the house. Good morning, Nick and all. Morning, Pastor Brett. I can't take my eyes off you all for a minute. I turned my back and someone stole all the hot from my coffee. Yeah, I've got a whole cup of coffee here. When you have a 50-minute introduction, your coffee goes cold quickly. I love how Nick says 1919. I can't help it. I'm just born this way. We have a superior way of saying things here in Australia, Hilly. We're hoping that you guys, catch on. It's okay. I went and borrowed some for the microwave. LOL, I've never had a naked dream. Yes. My older brother used to dream that I was chasing him with a big hairy rock, laughing out loud. Well, very neat dream, Nick. Yes, it was. It was an amazing dream. Yeah. And I told Chambers, I said, we were driving in the car and I said, look, I had this dream. I just told him and he was amazed. He said, wow, because, he's not a cessationist and he believes that God still speaks in dreams and visions and things like that. Hilly says, I'm fascinated with people's dreams. However, unless you have one of your own, you've got to be careful, skeptical. Yeah, sometimes we call them pizza dreams. Some people have a dream and it's just a pizza dream. I know some people write every detail of every dream down. I think if you do have a God dream, you'll be reminded of this, that some dreams are very profound. As a general rule, for example, I give Nick's dream a bit more credibility because I'm aware of his honest proclivity. But you don't really know me, Hilly. I could be, a monster in a closet somewhere. But some people will say anything. Yeah, I think the whole thing of, people going to hell and, making videos about it. And I think I've heard of this Virginia Cougar Mollenkott, John Cougar Mellencamp. Hudson says, okay, I got a band, Nick. I got a band, Nick. I can play spoons. Hillbilly can play the harmonica. You play the one-string banjo, and Pastor Brett and Lion sing He Appeared in a Body. Maybe we can turn that into a full deliverance. I'll get the deliverance tune. I'll put in that verse. Actually, we can do that in audio. And so maybe we can just do it right now. Audio. Let's do it. Audio. I'll log in. Oops. Sign in. No, I want to. Oh, yeah, sign in. That's what I want to do. Continue with email. Yes, that's me. Video. There we go. Signed in. Confirm my login. Okay, so music from the banjo seen in the Deliverance movie. Okay, now I'll just have to quickly spell check that because I do have a tendency to just rush things through. Okay, paste that. What are the lyrics? Let's put some custom lyrics in there, and we'll put he appeared in a body okay. He appeared in a body. Okay, 1 Timothy 3:16. Here we go. Maybe the NIV. We'll go to the NIV, since we're talking about Virginia Mollenkott. In NIV. Yep, he appeared in the flesh. That's a good one. All right. So what I'm looking at is audio here. So what you do is you type, if you don't have audio, just go to audio. It's free to sign up. Google own it. It's sort of like studio without the ST. It's audio.com, and you sign up. It's free, and then you can just put in. I've written music from the banjo scene in the Deliverance movie. I've put in this scripture. Now let's create this song. And that's the theme that I made for the intro and outro to these videos is by audio. That's how good it is. And I just kept adding to it because it was like, you can do it for like 2 minutes, 5. You can just keep adding to it. And so, yeah, it's just amazing. Okay, well, sort of saying it's playing this bluegrass. Echoes of Faith. It should just play it. Back to my, here we go. I don't know why it's not. It has. I've written custom lyrics. Usually, it just starts singing. It's got a really good voice too. Maybe there's too many words. Okay, so I'll just finish it with that, but then I have to create again. It's pretty amazing. Anyway, I know I'm sort of just rabbit trailing, but I'll wait for them to get warmed up, and we are about to listen to Joe Chambers. I'll shut down a whole heap of stuff that I don't need. Calvin said, dude, dress like a lady. Hey, Calvin, Hudson, everyone's just living the dream. Yes, it's true, Nick, but so far I'm going on what you demonstrate. Okay, yes. Yeah, you only know what you know. Yes. Hilly says, I'm from North Georgia. I think some of the Deliverance was filmed there. Well, there you go. That's what I've always said with Mark Ward. He makes out that I'm the banjo player on the porch, you know. Calvin said, not very far from you, Hilly, just a bit to the northeast, the last country in the northeast before going into the 10. Imagine that. Okay, so everyone's just chatting about America. And I'll see how these songs are going. Okay. These are the two new ones. So as you can see, sometimes they're doing the lyrics, sometimes not. But yeah, if you keep fiddling around with it, you end up with a whole bunch of things there. It's really cool. So anyway, I'll shut that off. Yes, so someone said, Nick, that dude on the screen looks like a lesbian. Just saying, yes. Virginia Mollenkott is a very famous lesbian theologian. So let's get into this. Now I'm going to put it on 1 point. You can't go 1.25. I don't want to go too fast. Anyway, here we go.
I realized she was a lesbian and a feminist and had written a number of books concerning homosexuality. As early as the 1970s, she was called in for a de-absolutized Bible.
Thanks, Hilly. Yeah, sorry. I've stopped some audio, so luckily we only went like 40 seconds. I'll just play it from the beginning.
1994. As I was studying the NIV version of the Bible, the name of Dr. Virginia Mollenkott continued to come up. I realized she was a lesbian and a feminist and had written a number of books concerning homosexuality. As early as the 1970s, she was called in for a de-absolutized Bible. This was reported by Dr. Arthur Steele out of the St. Petersburg Times. As I studied her book, Sensuous Spirituality, I realized how far afield that she had gone from anything that smacks of true biblical Christianity. Now, the NIV Translation Center has written an article in which they state and try to disassociate themselves with Dr. Mollenkott. They say she only worked in the late 1960s on the translation of the scripture. Well, the truth is her name appears in all publications relating to the NIV that I've been able to find. The last one that I read was published after the 1978 publication of the Bible itself, in which her name is listed as a consultant. Her interview will be very clear that she was heavily involved in the NIV translation of Holy Scripture. She was not a translator. She was a stylist and a consultant. She will say, and you will hear her say, that her involvement was quite important. And the NIV materials itself says that the stylist and consultant was very important, and that their material and their suggestions were taken very, very seriously. Now, I did my best to be kind and gentle with Dr. Virginia Mollenkott. I believe, as the Bible says, we should be gentle and kind unto all men, no questions asked, regardless of their lifestyle. We should act always as Christ-like citizens and individuals and deal with people very gently. I did that. It's very clear that I disagreed with her. I did not debate her because I wanted to give her ultimate time to position herself, state where she stood, and to get the most information possible from the interview. I think the interview stands on its own feet. Use it gently and kindly. Please understand that all of our work is copyrighted. We will be glad to grant you permission. If you desire in any way to quote this interview, we will ask that you use our name and our address whenever you do so. Very, very important that you be kind and gentle yourself, and that we all stand in our defense of the original Byzantine or received text, the Textus Receptus or the King James Version, in great gentleness and kindness, and do our work as God's people. Thank you. God bless you. I hope you enjoy this entire set and materials. I believe it will be a blessing to the work of God and call a lot of people back to the original text as we believe we have it in the King James Version. My friends, it's so important that we educate everyone possible. Our materials are available. You may always call us at our 800 number, 1-800-33-TRUTH. 33-87884. We'll be delighted to provide you with materials we have available and help you with your congregation, your prayer group, your friends, your family, those in whom you have influence. Thank you, and God bless you. Dr. Mollenkott?
Yes.
I'm back. You can hear me now. May sound a little different because we own equipment to tape it all.
Yeah, right. You sound a little bit down a well.
Right, a little bit in a barrel.
Yeah. Right.
It's such a joy to have you on with me. I love talk radio, and maybe you do too. I don't know how much you've been on, but to me it's always exciting to get people out there calling and participating. I was on in Colorado today, station for maybe 15 or 20 minutes discussing a subject, and it's just always exciting.
That's right, it is.
Do you mind giving your name and your profession just at the beginning here, so I'll have your name on the tape?
Sure, I'm Virginia Reem Mollenkott. I'm professor of English at William Patterson College of New Jersey, which is a state college.
Tell us something about your college there.
I guess I've published 11 books now.
Wow.
On topics concerning the Bible. Human Responsibility in the Bible is the subtitle of one of my books. Another is about biblical imagery of God as female, of which there is a great deal that doesn't get talked about very much.
I'd like to read that.
Pardon?
I'd like to read that.
Yeah. It's called The Divine Feminine, and then the subtitle is Biblical Imagery of God as Female. And there's a lot of it.
Do you, and this is kind of off the subject, but do you see a lot of change in the biblical imagery of God from male to female? Do you see this as kind of a growing thing in the religious circles?
Not growing nearly as fast as it should for, I would imagine, for political reasons, but, there are certainly some churches who are changing their usage, trying to balance it off. See, the idea is if only one sex is viewed as being in the image of God, that gives a tremendous power to that sex. And the kind of relationship that suggests itself is one of dominance of that sex and submission of the other sex. And whereas if everybody is viewed as being in the image of God, then the relationship that suggests itself is a mutuality, a mutual caring, a mutual supportiveness.
What are some of your other books? Now, I've been reading Sensuous Spirituality. What are some of your other books that I may be interested in?
Women, Men in the Bible, probably, you would be interested in.
Okay.
That discusses this whole issue from the standpoint of looking at the Bible as an overall canon, rather than taking a passage out of context, like women be silent or something,
Now, I read from your information that you are an Episcopal priest.
I'm a priest.
Okay.
No, I'm a college professor.
Okay, but do you minister?
A person who studies this constantly, yeah. Just opened up a second specialization for myself. My primary specialization is Milton. I did my doctoral dissertation on Milton and the Apocrypha, which is what got me into biblical studies.
Okay.
And ever since. I've been at it.
I'd love to have a copy of your thesis on Milton. That would be most interesting. Is that possible maybe sometime? Is that available? Is it in print?
Yeah, you can get it through microfilms, in Michigan.
Okay. It would probably be available in a library here, would it not, through microfilm?
It might be, yeah,
okay.
It might be. Depending. It would have to be a college or university.
Well, primarily, of course, I wanted to talk with you about the translations of the Scripture and different involvements that you've had. Well, how do you feel about the infallibility of Scripture? What would you say if someone says, do you believe in the infallibility of Holy Scripture?
Well, I would say that I believe that Scripture was inspired by the Holy Spirit. I would say also that it has come down through many human instruments. For instance, that many of these human instruments had their own ideas about the shape of the world. For instance,
so you feel like
the physical shape of the world and so on.
So you feel like that has kind of influenced
they would write things from the standpoint of their own understanding, which to me does not in any way undermine the idea that Scripture is inspired. It has come down. We don't have the autographs. We do not have any original document in Hebrew or Greek or Aramaic. But I think that we can rely on the idea that the Holy Spirit has seen to it that we have something solid enough that we can lean on it, and that we can gain a great deal of authoritative guidance from.
So what you would say is that the original autographs was infallible, but what we have now, of course, has been tampered in somewhat, but is yet dependable in your opinion.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, that's close enough. You see, but we are human beings. I think that to deny the role of the human in this book is to turn it into a kind of magic book, kind of like some people who really don't want to believe that Jesus the Christ was a human being. They want to believe that somehow his feet didn't quite touch the ground and he didn't quite have any human temptations or human feelings. And
see, I've never heard that. I've always heard that he was the God-man who was both God and man, equally God, equally man.
Yeah, well, that's the Orthodox view. However, when you really begin to press that, then there's great rage. For instance, certain films that actually depicted Jesus as if he truly were a human being were picketed and so on.
You're speaking maybe of Jesus Christ Superstar, or the latest one, The Temptations of Christ.
Which I did not see that one. I saw the Jesus Christ Superstar. I did not see this Temptation of Christ, so I can't really talk about that with any intelligence. But that's the kind of thing I'm talking about. That people, when you really do talk about Jesus as having human feelings, people who say they believe that Jesus was fully man as well as fully God, don't.
Well,
don't really believe that because they don't want to hear it.
It may be the problem, Dr. Mollenkott, is that sometimes these films almost depict Jesus as being actually a sinner, when the Orthodox view of the Scripture is that he never committed sin. He simply felt the temptation but never acted out the sin.
Well, yeah, of course, then we get into what's sin. And as I say, I didn't see the temptation, so I can't talk about that.
Do you have a particular translation that you probably would depend on best, that you like most, that you would say is most close to the original?
Oh, I think they all have their strengths and weaknesses.
So you don't really have a pick?
For beauty, I love the King James Version. For sheer beauty. It's still the most poetic and most influential on English literature, and of course that's what I teach. But, there are a lot of people who do not understand some of the phrases in it, and therefore modern translations are very important and necessary, I think, and they're not going to go away,
No. Let me ask you this, and I may move along a little quickly. I don't mean to cut you off. I just want to make sure I get in a lot of questions before our time's up. The idea of the evangelical. Now, I noticed in this book, Sensual Spirituality, that in many cases you do speak of yourself, or others speak of you as an evangelical. What do you consider? You do consider yourself evangelical, right?
Yeah, I think, yes, I still do. I mean, certainly my style is evangelical. Many of my social attitudes don't match those of, the right wing. Certainly the right wing of evangelicalism. But I I suppose what you could call a left-wing evangelical.
So there are really, you're saying then, and see, this is maybe somewhat new to me, and this will be great for discussion on radio talk shows. What is an evangelical? In my term of view, I've always thought maybe the evangelical was set apart from, shall we say, liberal, and I don't like to use that term altogether.
I don't either. It really hasn't. I would call myself a liberationist.
Yeah. Well, the mainline denominations would not consider themselves evangelical, like the Presbyterian USA, Church of Christ, Methodist.
Oh, I think these days every church has the entire spectrum in it.
You're right. I agree with that.
I think there is a right wing and a left wing in every blessed mainline church. And even the Quakers.
Well, I agree with that. That there are people who have different views in every denominational group,
right.
All the way from the right wing to the left wing.
And when we even use those terms, we're really talking about political, social attitudes.
Much more than sometimes theological.
Absolutely.
I understand that. Is it?
They are intertwined.
Well, now you, of course, are clearly a confessed lesbian. This is a lifestyle that you believe is acceptable in your thinking.
Well, it's not a lifestyle; it's an identity. It's who I am, who I've discovered I am. I couldn't change it. I didn't choose it, and I couldn't change it. So then I had to decide how will I live with it, and I decided to live with it in a responsible way, within a covenanted relationship.
Do you ever have any difficulty in, people accepting both the term evangelical and lesbian?
Well, certainly. Many people consider that a total anomaly and a contradiction in terms.
Okay.
But that's, I'm speaking out of my experience, and they're speaking out of their experience.
Are you finding a more acceptable feeling among evangelicals for homosexuality and lesbian lifestyle?
Well, again, there's a spectrum. And Lita Scanzoni and I have a book called Is the Homosexual My Neighbor, in which we discuss the whole spectrum of opinion.
I noticed that title, and I would like to read that.
Yes, and it's coming out this month in a brand new, updated version, which includes, we wrote that, but that was published in 1978, and since then there has been an outpouring of biblical scholarship and also scientific scholarship supporting what we said back in 1978. So now we have included all of that in the new version, and also have talked about all the amazing social changes, the debates about the gays in the military and so on, and all of the Pentagon cover-ups concerning that. At least 3 cover-ups, possibly 4, but we have documented 3 cover-ups where they had gone out to other nations and had checked, and all the nations who have gays in the military said, it's fine, there's no problem. The most recent time was Les Aspin, who sat on the report until after Congress had voted. This has been done over and over and over and over.
So you have all of that documentation in that particular book?
Have all of that documentation in the book, yes.
If we might, let's move to talk, because I told you I'd like to talk about the NIV and your work there. Did you enjoy your work with the translating team, particularly for the NIV?
Well, I worked mainly in solitude, because what they would do...
Okay, so all of that just sort of building up to the point where he's asking specifically about the NIV issues. And so let's listen closely. So she said she was working in solitude. And so let's listen to exactly what Virginia Mollenkott said that she did on the NIV translation.
Is they would send me big swatches of translations, many chapters at a time.
So many chapters at a time, because I've heard some people say, oh, look, it was hardly anything. No, it was many chapters at a time. And she's going to go into what she actually did. So
perhaps several shorter books from the Old Testament or New Testament.
So several shorter books from the Old Testament or the New Testament. So that shows you that she's going over pretty much the whole document. Now, what she says here is very important, because what she is about to say is that there is a smoothing over of the language that she personally felt what it didn't flow with the way that, Moses has written 5 of these books, then someone else has written some of these other books, but they made it so it was like smoothed out, so it was like one author over the whole thing. But that shows that she had a huge influence over the whole document from the Old Testament all the way through to the New. So listen to this.
Testament at a time. And my job was to read them with an eye for how this would communicate with the modern reader, and to indicate if I thought there were any infelicities in language that could be corrected, and so on. So I would write notes all over manuscript, which I would send, both praising phraseology that I thought was wonderful, and raising questions or asking, for instance, something I would typically write would be, would the Greek or would the Hebrew permit this?
So she would frequently write, would the Hebrew or the Greek permit this, and give suggestions. Now, one of the things is, in studying this issue and thinking about it, I was thinking perhaps the NIV, because a lot of people are saying, no, she didn't have any influence on the NIV. She did, in a sense where that she didn't have any influence over where the NIV talks about the issue of homosexuality. Okay, so let's just pretend that that's true. Okay, for a second, I might just put my little face here for a second. Here we go. Let's just pretend that's true for a second. So imagine Virginia Mollenkott. Now, when we go through her personal testimony and everything, she talks about how she was molested by her mother for years. She knew she was a lesbian from when she was a child because of this. She didn't desire men. She only went with men because it was the acceptable thing to do as a Christian and all this sort of stuff, trying to get rid of her gayness. But then she just admitted that she was gay, and, she divorced from her husband, and, the rest is history. And just say that the narrative is that she didn't have any influence over the NIV. Perhaps in her actually reading and studying through the NIV caused her to turn openly to homosexuality. I don't think that avenue has been explored much. Now, she would talk about how she actually says that it was a blessing from God that she was molested as a child, which I think is disgusting. She says in some of her interviews and her books, she says that she was, she faced, this type of molestation, and that opened her up to realize that she was a homosexual. She says she can never change that. It's not like something that she really, thinks that she has the ability to turn on or off or anything like that. She just goes, that's who I am. It's how God has actually made me. So that's what she says. Now, perhaps when she was going through the NIV, because the NIV is very soft on homosexuality, perhaps when she was reading through that document, it sparked thoughts in her that she went, hang on, I think that the Bible doesn't even speak against this, because we're going to go through some of the changes in the NIV, and they're pretty amazing. And her interpretation of homosexual offender is, that's what it says in the NIV, and she takes it as a homosexual who actually does sin. So someone who is a homosexual but goes off and commits a murder, sort of thing. And so she has her own interpretation of that. But let's just continue.
Would suggest a word, which would seem to me to be much more understandable or clear to a modern reader. The average reader in America reads about 8th or 9th grade level. So if you're trying to communicate, with the broad masses of people, which I think that was the intention, then you have to use phraseology that is accessible to them. So that was one of my jobs, was to point out any place where I thought they could really perhaps been too erudite in the sense of, that the word is too erudite and so on.
Okay.
So Boulder's Line asks, is she still alive? No, she died in 2020.
I noticed in the book on the NIV story, page 65, whoever the stylist may be, he presses home his points of clarity and aptness of style.
Yes.
And again, the manuscript undergoes significant changes. So the stylist really did have a good effect, then, in your opinion, upon the NIV.
I think it's quite a beautiful version, and I think it reads very smoothly. But there's a downside to this.
Okay.
The downside of nice, smooth, readable style throughout is that there's a tendency to encourage the idea that all of this was written at the same time by the same person.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm talking about?
I understand, yes.
Yeah, so that people then may lose sight of the fact that the Bible was given to us over a period of 10 or, 10, at least 10 centuries,
Right.
And through many, many human agents, and in many, many different cultural contexts.
Could it also discourage research and digging to find...
It could, sure.
To find deeper meaning?
It could lead people to be complacent.
So what we're going to look at is she was given like chapters at a time, sometimes whole entire books of the Old Testament. She said shorter books, so it might be like minor prophets and things like that, and sometimes just a whole chapter. And she's talking about the whole document being smoothed out to be made more readable. And she said that this could have been, better done because it looks like it's all by the same author, sort of thing. So that's her point of view. But to me, this is her saying that she had influence over the whole document.
In the feeling that the translation they hold in their hands is the last word, and takes them directly to what God said, which that undercuts the human element again and gives after all, I think that if God really wanted to give us a magic book, God could have given us a book that just kind of turns into the grade level and the language of anybody who happens to pick it up. Don't you think that could have been possible? I think also.
Some people believe that the Holy Spirit can actually do that. Is a person reads the Bible, he makes it come alive to their heart, and it becomes what they need in a given moment.
Yes, and I've certainly experienced that, haven't you?
Many times. Let me ask you this now. I hear a lot as I read in many different literatures about a new world kind of ethic, a new world kind of religion, a coming together. Do you think maybe the NIV brings us a little closer to a one-world Bible that's more acceptable to all religious views?
Oh, I don't know. I know it's done very, very well in evangelical and even fundamentalist churches, and I even saw the Pew Bible over at West Point in the military chapel. So I know that it's been very widely accepted. On the other hand, I also know many people who don't use it, who prefer the New RSV, for instance, the Revised Standard Version, which is considered by many people to be more scholarly.
You spoke of your book that deals with sexism in the Bible. How about the idea of sexism in NIV? Is it less apparent? Is it less sexist? Is it more open to gender differences? What's that possibility in the NIV?
Possibly so. Certainly my consciousness was not extremely high back when I was doing that work. And that wasn't really my job anyway, I would object if I felt something was terribly offensive. But it wasn't really where my focus was at the time. I just was basically trying to do the work of making it smooth, and I felt that the translator's job was to make sure it was responsive to the...
But you do kind of feel that it was a little progress and maybe being a little less...
Possibly a little progress, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
I want to rewind that a little bit, just a tiny bit. I just felt she said something important.
I was doing that work
Okay.
for or the new RSV, for instance, the Revised Standard Version, which is considered by many people to be more scholarly.
You spoke of your book that deals with sexism in the Bible. How about the idea of sexism in NIV? Is it less apparent? Is it less sexist? Is it more open to gender differences? What's that possibility in the NIV?
Oh, possibly so. Certainly my consciousness was not extremely high back when I was doing that work. And that wasn't really my job anyway, you know. I would object if I felt something was terribly offensive. But it wasn't really where my focus was at the time. I just was basically trying to do the work of making it smooth and you know, I felt that the translator's job was to make sure it was responsive to the...
But you do kind of feel that it was a little progress and maybe being a little less...
Possibly a little progress, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you know, you deal, of course, very much with lesbianism and homosexuality. The NIV seems to change the word sodomy in a number of places to temple prostitute. And the word homosexuality, as I have studied, maybe doesn't appear but one time in the NIV. Does that maybe make the NIV a little more open to homosexuals and lesbians?
Well, yes and no. Certainly the translators were trying to be honest about the fact that the word homosexual, the concept, does not appear anywhere in any text, Hebrew, Greek, or Aramaic. I mean, simply nobody knew at the time the Bible was being written about a lifelong orientation that people don't choose and can't change. I mean, nobody knew about it.
What was the term that the Greek used?
About some behaviors.
Okay. What was the term that the original Greek used? For homosexuality.
Kinds of terms, very hard to translate, like arsenokoites, very rare, often understood as one who has intercourse with males, but that doesn't necessarily mean homosexual either, does it? There are women who have intercourse with males. Malakos is another word, and that really means self-indulgence, really doesn't mean effeminate, as it comes off in certain translations. So it's a very great difficulty, and whenever you see a modern translation that says homosexuals will not enter the God's kingdom, I mean, you know you've got a mistranslation, because it's...
Well, you know, a lot of people disagree with you on that.
Well, they can't show me the concept in any in Greek, Hebrew, or Aramaic because it didn't exist. That concept came into being around the end of the 19th century. That understanding, nobody knew. In other words, they thought that everybody was created homosexual and that some people chose to behave, thumb their noses at the Creator. And that's simply not scientifically true. It's simply not true.
Okay. Well, I am used to a lot of times debating these things on the radio, and I'm not doing that with you, and I hope you understand that, because the time would go on and on and on. I just want to, I'm wanting a lot of different opinions about this subject, and especially about the different translations, because it is creating a world of discussion all across America, and I think it's great that we can get everybody's different opinion. Now, something that in your book you speak of coming out from fundamentalism. Give me somewhat of a picture of how you felt you were brainwashed as a fundamentalist, and describe that. I would be very much interested in hearing that.
Well, I was taught to understand myself to be basically evil, at heart evil, so that I did not trust my own impulses because they were basically evil. I was basically deceitful. I understood myself to be deceitful of myself as well as deceitful of other people.
This was trying to be heterosexual when you felt like you were a homosexual.
Well, not just that. I'm thinking about when I was a little child.
Okay.
And I didn't know what I was sexually yet.
You said that by the age of 4.
And I felt that basically I was bad. Basically bad. And I remember once they described graphically the crucifixion of Jesus in Sunday school. I must have been 6. I sat and wept and wept and wept afterwards, and because I felt so guilty that I had caused that, and my evil had caused that. And
is that bad?
I remember the adults just kind of being amused at me, and I couldn't understand why they were amused at that, because I thought everybody should be crying their eyes out.
But is it bad that someone felt that their sins had crucified him? Is that bad? Is that not normal within, say, fundamental circles?
It is normal within fundamental circles, yes.
Good.
The problem is that when that people have a tendency to play the game according to the name that they have been given. For instance, if I go into my classroom and I say to my students, I know you're all going to cheat on your papers. I've heard of professors who've done it. I'm not going to give you a term paper because I know you would cheat. Well, in my opinion, what they're doing is saving themselves the trouble of teaching these students how to write a term paper, and at the same time loading the guilt onto the students. And of course, many students in classes like that do cheat, because after all, they've been tarred with that brush. I don't believe that the students. I believe that very few students in my classes cheat, because I speak to them as a person who honors them. I tell them that they're made in the image of God. Right there in a state college classroom, I say that. It's my belief that you're made in the image of God. You are valuable beyond any value I could ever give to you, so any grade I give you is for a piece of work, certainly not for you. Everybody gets A+ beyond any grade I could think of giving you.
Let's go back then, because now talking about fundamentalism, and of course this is seen, right wing and pretty much taboo in the national media, the liberal media. Does the NIV is it somewhat of an affront to the right wing fundamentalists? Does it change enough that it does sometimes confront a lot of right wing fundamentalists?
I think the Bible confronts everybody at some point or another.
But this particular translation, does it make a difference?
I don't think I could say that.
Okay. I appreciate your honesty. And
I really don't think I could say that.
Let's move on then to something.
The scholars who did it were very honest men who were trying to be as true as they could to the text, and it's the text that challenges people.
Okay. You've been involved with the National Council of Churches. Now, is that a long-term involvement?
Well, it was for some.
Okay. So what I'm going to show you, like this interview goes for about another 20 minutes, so I do want to go through that. But what I'm going to show you, and some of you are going to be pretty shocked at this. So I'll just quickly grab something here. Where is it? Actually, I'll keep playing it, and I thought I had this information. I just have to dig it up a little bit.
So. Some years when we were working on the inclusive language lectionary,
that was before the NIV.
No, that was after.
So since you've been involved in NIV.
Yeah.
Okay. Now you said in your book that that's where you announced your lesbian nature.
When we delivered the inclusive language lectionary to the National Council of Churches.
What year was that?
It was done in the same year as 83, something like that. I'm not good on dates.
Okay.
You better look in the cover of the first edition of the Inclusive Language Lectionary. It was after we had finished year one, and it was printed, and we delivered it to them.
What was their response? I think I've been arrested.
And I'll tell you the reason I did it. It was the same year that they had voted no to allowing the Universal Fellowship of Metropolitan Community Churches into their fellowship.
Okay, I remember that.
That first year that they had applied and they had been refused.
Have they still refused, or have they now included them?
No, they're not included. No, they have now been denied even observer status. And the reason is that several churches say they will walk out if the MCC is included.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
In particular, the Eastern Orthodox Church has been very insistent that there be no inclusion.
Now, it's very clear that you have not announced that you were a lesbian before you were on the NIV committee. Am I right?
Oh, absolutely.
That was afterwards.
Absolutely. No, I don't think they would have picked me.
You don't think they would have?
I doubt.
I was going to ask you that question. Would Dr. Palmer have allowed that if he would have known you were...
Doubt that. Yeah, I doubt that.
So you think it would have made a difference?
Yeah, I think it would have made a difference, sure.
Give me some opinion of the NIV committee. Were they made up of were they any fundamentalists? Were they mainly evangelical?
And that's a matter of degree, anyway. And I think some were more to the right than others.
Okay, so I just want to speak about the influence that Virginia Mollenkott has had on Bibles. Now, Okay, so I'm just going to a few articles here. Now, she had a massive influence, and I'll read out the versions that she's had an influence over, because I know it's customary to sort of go, okay, well, you know, she was on the NIV Bible as a consultant, but then the Contras are saying, well, you know, she hadn't come out of the closet then. She was in the closet, and she was actually married, had a kid, and all this sort of stuff. Let me just read these translations and just see if you know them. And these have been influenced by Virginia Mollenkott. 1983, An Inclusive Language Lectionary. 1985, New Jerusalem Bible. 1986, New American Bible, Revised New Testament. 1987, New Century Version. 1989, Revised English Bible. 1990, New Revised Standard Version. 1992, Good News Bible, second edition. 1993, The Message. 1993, The Five Gospels Jesus Seminar. 1994, The Inclusive New Testament. 1995, Contemporary English Version, the CEV. 1995, God's Word. 1995, New International Reader's Version. 1995, New International Version, Inclusive Language Edition. 1995, New Testament and Psalms, Inclusive Edition. 1996, the New Living Translation. 2002, Today's New International Version. And 2004, Good as New, a radical retelling of the Scriptures. So they are some gender neutral translations. Now, I'm going to show you that Virginia Mollenkott has influenced all of these. You're just going to be shocked at how this happened. Like you're just going to go, you know, because most people just go, well, it's the NIV issue. She's worked for the NIV, you know, as a consultant, and so that version is soft on homosexuality, so she probably had an influence there. And then it becomes murky, where people are trying to get, you know, match up dates and, you know, oh, well, when did she have a divorce and when was she married to and all this sort of stuff. And but what I'm going to show you is that she has had influence on most modern Bibles. Okay, and so we're going to talk about that. Now, we've got about 20 minutes of the interview to go. I just want to get through it because this interview has not been available online for quite a long time. And so that's why I'm playing the whole interview in its entirety. So let's just continue.
That's inevitable in any such group. I think they were attempting to find good scholars. Let me just give you one example about translation.
Okay.
The NIV says, this is in 1 Corinthians 6:9, where the Bible is, where it says, do you not know, now I'm reading from the New RSV right now, do you not know that wrongdoers will not inherit the kingdom of God? Do not be deceived. Fornicators, idolaters, adulterers, male prostitutes, sodomites, thieves, the greedy, drunkards, revilers, robbers, none of these will inherit the kingdom of God. That's in the New RSV.
Okay, that's 1 Corinthians 6:9.
Yeah, 1 Corinthians 6:9.
Okay.
Okay.
I have the NIV in front of me. It says, nor male prostitutes, nor homosexuals.
That's right. It's the homosexual offenders. Yeah, I was coming to that. That's what the NIV says.
What does that mean, homosexual offenders?
Well, I see that's a good question. Well, there are many people who could read that and say, oh, that means all homosexuals are offenders.
Okay.
But it could also mean those homosexuals who offend. That is, those homosexuals who behave in irresponsible fashion.
Okay.
Which, of course, would be true of heterosexual offenders, too, wouldn't it? I mean, you know, rapists.
So, basically, what the NIV...
and so on.
What the NIV does is it makes that a little more acceptable to the homosexual engagement.
It makes it a little more true to the text.
Okay.
That
again, is your feelings, but many would disagree with that, right?
Well, sure. I mean, this is a controversial area. There's always going to be... There are several... interpretive communities concerning all of this. But just let me give you an example.
Okay, please.
In 1946, the Revised Standard Version now see, the two words we're dealing with in 1 Corinthians 6:9 are arsenitic koites and malakos. And in 1946, the RSV rendered the whole thing homosexuals. The homosexuals will not enter the kingdom.
Okay.
Then this research began to come out. And in 1971, the RS committee said sexual perverts instead. See? Then in 1990, at first they were going to say, this is in the new RSV, they were going to say boy prostitutes and practicing homosexuals. But at the last minute, they changed it to male prostitutes and sodomites. What that reflects is the changing attitudes in their home churches and in their interpretive communities about the whole thing. And it reflects a great deal of that, misunderstanding. I mean, people do not know exactly what these words indicate.
Does it also not reflect a softening of the opinion and feeling toward, let's say, the gay or lesbian lifestyle, since it's being now described with less offensive words?
Well, yes and no. More offensive than in the early years of the church.
But still not quite satisfying, maybe, to the gay and lesbian community.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that in the early years of the church, there were actually celebrated liturgies celebrating marriages between people of the same sex, as John Boswell,
in the early church,
historian, has pointed out.
Where was this at in the early church?
The oldest liturgical document in the Vatican Library dates from the 4th century and contains a marriage ceremony between two male clerics, which was celebrated by the church clean up through, it was still being used in the Renaissance.
But this was within the Catholic Church, right?
Sure, because then we were all Catholic there for a while, weren't we? The first few centuries of the church, as the church was developing. So during those times, you see, so I'm saying that these translations, nobody at that time understood these words in 1 Corinthians to be referring to even homosexual offenders, even as open as that possible. In other words, I want to say that homosexual people have as much variety as heterosexual people. There are some homosexual people who are not nice and who are not responsible. And there are some heterosexual people who are not nice and not responsible, and who are offenders.
Is there another scripture, for instance, that you can recall that you think there's been made a difference in translating it, as you would assume, better, so as to make it less condemning toward a gay and lesbian lifestyle? Throughout the Old Testament, for instance, they changed the word sodomy or sodomite to that of a male prostitute, a temple prostitute. Does that make it a little more acceptable?
It makes it easier to understand what was going on and why the statement would have been made in the first place by somebody who was horrified at what they would have understood to be pagan temple rites and fertility rites and so on.
So it didn't have as much to do with lifestyle in your feeling as it had to do with what was happening in the temple.
Well, except I have to say lifestyle is offensive to me.
Well, I'm sorry.
Because it's my orientation.
You understand
that? Given orientation.
You understand
that? I have to cope as responsibly as possible. So
I don't mean to offend you.
Being as responsible as I can.
I may differ with you, but I don't mean to offend you. Please understand that.
Sure. Just to get back to sodomy itself, I mean, the story of Sodom, if you take a good look at Genesis, already in Genesis 18, before the thing with the attempted gang rape, already God had slated Sodom for destruction. Why? Well, Jesus explains in the New Testament why Sodom was slated for destruction, because they had no hospitality. They did not care for the poor. These are charges that could be made against the United States of America too. Mm-hmm. So that the passage about Sodom, if it were interpreted as Scripture interprets it, which is a lack of concern for the poor and a lack of concern for the stranger and the outcast, if it were interpreted as Scripture interprets it, then the story of Sodom would be a very grave warning to the people of the United States that we better be more concerned.
Well, those again are matters that are so hotly debated in Scripture and among people who are either on the gay side or the as they believe original side. Let's go to your book in chapter 1, page 15. When you were young, you memorized a lot of Scripture, all from the venerable King James Version of 1611. Do you feel maybe the King James is a little too tough on some things like the nature of sin that you mentioned, the verse you
I think sometimes it's better. For instance, the King James translators in this passage we've been talking about, 1 Corinthians 6:9, they render Mollenkott effeminate. And in the 17th century and 16th century, at the time the King James was being translated, 1611 is when it came out. Effeminate did not mean anything to do with a limp wrist. Effeminate meant running after women. It meant what we would call a playboy life, you know? Running after women, womanizing.
I've never found that that definition of the word.
Oh, well, I can show it to you in a great many 17th century authors. As I say, that's my academic specialization. Milton uses it in Paradise Lost to mean that.
Okay.
And so she's like, that's my specialization, because what I'm going to show you is how she influenced pretty much all the Bibles since 1984. So we're going to look at her influence. So after this interview, so we've got 11 minutes to go, but I think you can sort of get the gist that she is just saying, there's absolutely nowhere in the Bible does it condemn, homosexuality. That even when Joe Chambers uses that word, she's like, I'm offended by that because I was born this way. God's made me this way. There's no way I can even change. So don't make out that I've chosen this lifestyle. I was born like this. God has designed me like this. So this is the type of understanding that she's had. And so let's just continue.
He says that sin begins from man's effeminate slackness, meaning that Adam listens to his wife rather than to God. And that's the meaning of the term in the 17th century. Just look in the...
Would that not be debated, though, among people who come from maybe different perspectives of the language?
It will be debated by people who will not pay attention to the facts, because I can show them in text after text after text that that's what effeminate meant, including the Oxford English Dictionary, which is the classic dictionary that tells us what words meant at certain times. Look up effeminate in the Oxford English Dictionary, and you will find out what it meant in the 17th century.
I appreciate your honesty and frankness. Please understand that. Now, I'm looking at a paragraph on page 15. No matter how much distortion had been...
So James Snap Jr. is in the house and says, Nick, if you think Mollenkott stunk, which you did, you should be watching out nowadays for Jennifer Knust and David Trubish. Yes, I've done a few videos on Jennifer Knust and her involvement with the NASB updated edition. And she was trying to get Asanakoites to not be translated as homosexual on that version. And in her interview with Bart Ehrman, she said that was one of her great disappointments, that she, even though she was the leader, she was the principal editor. Now, she comes out and just talks openly, saying the Bible doesn't condemn, any of this type of sexual behavior. And so she just thinks that the people who are saying there's a problem with it, they're the ones with the problem, sort of thing. So...
produced in the personality because of its response to threats and commas.
But I actually haven't heard of David Trubish, so he would be an interesting person to look up.
Several psychologists point out underneath all the damage lies hidden a beautiful self. I desperately wanted to believe them, but I was blocked by the interpretation of the Bible that I had been taught. Now, there are many fundamentalists, right-wingers, as maybe the media would call them, and they debate all of this. Would they take offense to that because it suggests that any pointing out of sin and what they consider sin produces conviction, that then produces repentance, that then produces change? But this seems to be a whole different perspective of that.
That's right. The perspective here is that when you tell people that they are made in the image of God and that has never changed, that gives them the power and the joy and the confidence to begin to improve. I don't know about you.
That's kind of Robert Schuller theology today, isn't it?
Well, Robert Schuller believes that, yes, that self-esteem, and there are many people who do.
Well, that is a big thinking today. The self-esteem movement is big. Believe me, I understand that.
Yeah. Well, I think it's right, too. So certainly all of my experience points in this direction. As I say, you tell students that they're cheaters, they have more of a tendency to cheat. When I was learning to drive, if somebody was in the car who was very judgmental, who expected me to fail, I made mistakes, such as, I never made when I was with somebody who trusted me, who believed in me. Aren't you like that?
Well, there's no question that trust from role model people is very, very important, and I defend that clearly. I think that trust and that support of role model people has to have a honesty to it that also points out failure and mistakes and even correction. And so I personally would believe that there has to be a balance of all of that.
And see, I would say that the way to do it is to say this behavior is not acceptable, but to say to a child, you are bad.
Oh no, I agree.
Very different thing from saying you just did something that cannot be tolerated in this home.
But you understand that in the original interpretation of the King James text, as I've been taught it and as I've heard it debated, the idea of a man being a sinner is very deeply rooted and deeply seated, and that out of that sinfulness calls for Calvary and the death of Jesus, and Christ, the sacrifice of the blood and his death on the cross is the answer then to that salvation. Do you have a different perspective of that? I would perceive you do.
Yeah, I would think that the cross was to teach us that death is not real.
So there was no power in the blood to save, that is, to cleanse.
I don't believe that we need cleansing. I believe that we were created by God, and that this is creation spirituality that I'm talking. It's a very, you may know about it, Matthew Fox and so on.
Oh, yes, I did, Matthew Fox. I've read numbers of his books.
Yeah, right, and mysticism in general. I have always read mystics.
So
I've been reading mystics. Meister Eckhart in the 15th century believed this. All the way back through the Christian tradition.
So she says she's always read the mystics. And so that means since she was young, when she was, this good evangelical, she's reading these mystics. She says the early church were all Catholics.
And so I have gradually moved to that understanding of things, because it fits with everything else I know about human psychology, and it fits with Scripture when you look at Scripture from a different interpretive angle.
Now, you know that Matthew Fox has been barred from speaking in the Catholic Church.
Certainly, of course, because as mystics, you know that the mystics through the centuries have always been very, very suspect. Why? Because you can't control people anymore from the center, that is from the central authority, from the authority from above. Doesn't work anymore. That is, if you threaten somebody with throwing him out of the church or her out of the church, that's not going to work if this person already has a direct personal relationship with God.
Okay. Let me kind of close, and I'll take a lot of your time, and you've been gracious to give it to me. What does all of this say? Are we in the religious world headed toward, are we making any progress as you perceive it now? May be different from mine or someone who's listening to me, but as you perceive it, are we making any progress toward a more uniform religious consensus, where different religions, even non-Christian religions, are able to be more in harmony with those who profess Christian religion? Are we making any progress toward a one-world religion where all of the problems of religious wars, as people perceive them, would be eliminated?
Peaceful world, you mean?
Yeah, well, that's certainly the feeling of many, that's got to happen before there's going to be peace. There's got to be religious unity. There's going to be a one-world religion, and that's a big thought on the minds of a lot of people.
Yeah. Well, my approach to religion, through interreligious dialogue that I have engaged in, is that we do not have to agree with each other about a great many rituals and specifics of the way we wish to worship God. But we do have to respect one another. We do have to, so I'm not hoping for a world religion in which everybody does everything exactly the same. But what I am hoping for is a world in which we all respect each other's differences. and talk the way you and I are talking.
What does that do for, say, the right-wing evangelical that says Jesus and his death and his blood is the only way? We cannot and will not participate in a world religion in which the sacrifice of Calvary is reduced from its power to redeem and its power to save. What does that new world...
Well, I would put them on the side of war, wouldn't it? Put them on the side of... that such people who would make such a statement would be on the side of divisiveness.
So the worst enemy then to this one world idea of unity is probably the right-wing evangelical?
Well, that could be. See, because what I said was not that there would be one world religion. What I said was I would like to see a world in which everybody respected everybody's differences.
I understand that.
Now, if these people would say, we don't want a world like that, we want a world in which everybody has to hew the line to what we say, then that's what causes wars, isn't it? All the way through. I mean, the Germans, the Nazis, wore God on their belt buckle. God is with us. Well, as long as you divide up God and say God is with us and not with you, that's what causes wars. That's the war mentality, isn't it?
Well, yeah, I'm listening, and I...
See, so that's why it's so important to say we will respect one another, so that the person who believes what you just said, that it's only through the blood of Christ as a cleansing agent, that's the only way salvation can occur, that person is free to believe that and free to teach that to anybody who will believe it. But is not free to say to people from other religions or to people from other interpretive communities within Christianity, you cannot believe that.
Well, no, I don't think anyone should ever say what someone can't believe. I will agree that you cannot be forced into a religious conviction. That has to be your choice. But for the evangelical... But the evangelical right-wing community, who are basically biblical fundamentalists, they are hardcore, and they're never going to change and eliminate the confidence that only the blood can save. Their message is always going to be
right,
that.
And that's one reason why I wouldn't ask for one world religion where everybody has to do things the same way, because that would be, if it could be achieved, what would happen to all the people who don't believe that way?
There's a lot of people who
they have to have the right to believe what their consciences dictate.
There's a lot of people who believe in the end time scenario as taught, say, in Revelation or Daniel, and they see an antichrist, a false Christ coming that would promote this kind of one worldism, this kind of marmalade. Would the ideas that you hold maybe be playing in that direction?
I don't think so, because they're not saying that everybody has to do everything the same way. I'm saying that everyone must respond to the spirit within them and to God according to their conscience. Mm-hmm. And that we must learn to respect each other's right to do that.
In closing, I remember reading about the World Council of Churches meeting in Australia, I think it was. And they actually had Australian native worshippers to do the opening ceremony, in which they had some kind of figs and certain leaves, certain branches that they burned at the interest of cleansing that came out of their idea of religion, their native idea of religion. Were you at that meeting?
No, I was not.
Did you read about that?
I did read about it.
What does that say about the World Council and the National Council of Churches? It seems that they're headed in the direction that you are seeking. Maybe to where there is an inclusive, exclusive or open feeling that all religions are somewhat equal, although they may be very different. Is that the direction World Council maybe is headed?
I think they're headed in the direction of wanting to understand that people from various traditions can bring aspects of their traditions that will illuminate and warm and enrich Christianity. That we do not have to go into another culture and say everything in your culture is worthless. No, we can go in and say, yes, this about your culture might help us understand Christianity in a more profound way. You have things to offer to us, as well as we have things to offer to you. And I think so. It's in that spirit of mutuality. I think that was done.
You certainly have appeared to be candid and open, and I've enjoyed talking.
Well, I've enjoyed talking to you, too.
I promise I will read some more of your books.
Okay, good.
I thank you for your time, and I hope the weather is beautiful in New Jersey. It is here in North Carolina.
Yeah, it is today. We we've got a lot of snow on the ground, but we have nice skies above.
Thank you for nearly 45 minutes, and I appreciate your time.
All right, Mr. Chambers.
Bye-bye.
Okay, guys, there you go. So that was the interview with Dr. Joseph Chambers. Now we are going to see what was said on the Ankerberg program. So let's get that up.
New Age Bible versions by Gail Ripplinger criticizes the new translations in many ways, and one of them has to do with the NIV, Dr. Barker. And she says that your translation can't be trusted because of the translators that you had on the committee. She says there were homosexuals and lesbians, and she also asserts that because there were lesbians on the committee, the translation work they did, they were able to silence all of God's warnings against sodomy in the Bible. Is this true?
No, it isn't, John, and I think I can save a little time by just quickly reading what I wrote about that in the book Accuracy Defined and Illustrated on pages 123 and 124. Some have claimed that the NIV condones sodomy, that is, homosexual sins. The alleged reason for this is that some NIV translators and editors were homosexuals or lesbians. These charges have no basis in fact. Here are the facts. In the earliest stages of translation work on the NIV, namely in the early 1970s, Virginia Mollenkott was consulted briefly and only in a minor way on matters of English style. At that time, she had the reputation of being a committed evangelical Christian with expertise in contemporary English idiom and usage. Nothing was known of her lesbian views. Those did not begin to surface until years later in some of her writings, and I'll inject a parenthesis here, as she has said in the interview that you did with her, Joe, on tape, and I've heard that with my own ears. She herself has acknowledged that that did not become known or public knowledge until about the year 1983. And of course, the NIV was finished at the end of 1978. If we had known in the early 70s what became public knowledge only years later, we would not have consulted her at all. But it must be stressed that she was not a member of an NIV translation committee. She was not a translator. She was not an editor. She did not influence the NIV translators and editors in any of their final decisions.
I'm really sorry, guys. I've got to get this whole muting thing under control. So basically, he just said, now let me just rewind it because I have to get this context right.
Reading what I wrote about that in the book Accuracy Defined and Illustrated on pages 123 and 124. Some have claimed that the NIV condones sodomy, that is, homosexual sins. The alleged reason for this is that some NIV translators and editors were homosexuals or lesbians. These charges have no basis in fact. Here are the facts. In the earliest stages of translation work on the NIV, namely in the early 1970s, Virginia Mollenkott was consulted briefly and only in a minor way on matters of English style. At that time, she had the reputation of being a committed evangelical Christian with expertise in contemporary English idiom and usage. Nothing was known of her lesbian views. Those did not begin to surface until years later in some of her writings, and I'll inject a parenthesis here, as she has said in the interview that you did with her, Joe, on tape, and I've heard that with my own ears. She herself has acknowledged that that did not become known or public knowledge until about the year 1983. And of course, the NIV was finished at the end of 1978. If we had known in the early 70s what became public knowledge only years later, we would not have consulted her at all. But it must be stressed that she was not a member of an NIV translation committee. She was not a translator. She was not an editor. She did not influence the NIV translators and editors in any of their final decisions.
So notice that she didn't influence anyone in their final decisions. So I can understand what he's saying. Look, we hired this lady. We didn't know what she's got in the closet. She hadn't come out of the closet yet, sort of thing. We didn't know that. She was just a stylist and all the rest of it. But now he's downplaying the influence that she clearly said she had. She said that she was working on books, on smaller books of the minor prophets at a time. So when she's saying that they would send her chapters or sometimes entire small books of the New and the Old Testament, to me that sounds like she went through everything, but just a little bit at a time. So they would just send her sometimes, like a few books of the minor prophets, maybe, First John, Second, Third John. They would send her this type of material. And she clearly said that what she would write there, she would say, yes, this is good, but how about this type of reading? Is this acceptable in the Hebrew and Greek? And she said that was one of the things that she wrote mostly on these. So she is saying that the whole thing was smoothed out to make it look like it was written by the same author. She said there was actually a fault with the NIV, that it didn't have, if you were reading through, some of the Torah, you can sort of tell the difference between the writing there and reading Isaiah, sort of thing. She said it's been smoothed out, so it seems like it's written all by the same person. And that was part of her job, to do that smoothing out. And so she's talking about the whole entire document there. So what did she do? What was she actually hired for? Did she just do nothing? No, she clearly said that she was influential, and she was putting in notes saying, is this an acceptable reading? And so
not one. It is all
not one thing. So what's she actually doing there? And I guess she's either lying or he's lying. And who's got the motive to lie? Do you think that she has a motive to lie and say, well, I did this and I did that for the NIV translation committee? It doesn't matter. Like, people already think that she's fallen from grace and everything like that. But he's the principal editor for the NIV study Bible, I think it is. And it's like he has vested interest in this. So of course he's going to downplay the whole issue that he's had a staff member who has come out and said, hey, I've come out of the closet. So he's in damage control, downplaying it. Oh, sure, some of what he's saying is true, valid, whatever, but then he's downplaying everything and saying she doesn't have any influence whatsoever, where clearly she herself in the interview was going into the details that she used she was pointing out, can this be translated this way in the Greek or in the Hebrew? And so the NIV was already a very liberal Bible. And so no doubt having someone who is as liberal as Virginia Mollenkott and who has a lot of her teaching already within her. Like she's talking about, she's followed the Catholic mystics since her youth. She's talking about the church was Roman Catholic up until like the 4th century or something like that. It's like, really? It was Roman Catholic, you know. So she's got some weird, strange, bizarre ideas. Now, these just didn't pop into her head after the NIV issue. She talks about this. She talks about how, you know, she struggled with lots of different things and has lots of different thoughts and things like that. She wrote books all through this period, so you can see where she was coming from and what she was facing. So, but let's continue. Now, actually, I'll go through these comments. I've got like 600 no audio ones, but I really do appreciate you guys saying that. Okay, she was just barely a lesbian by that time. Okay, yes, sorry about the audio issues. Nick mutated. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. Let's continue with listening to this.
Also asserted that the NIV allows for homosexual and lesbian practices because it translates sodomites in the King James as male shrine prostitutes in 1 Kings 14, 15, 22, and 2 Kings 23. This is simply a problem of arriving at the correct meaning of the Hebrew word kadesh, plural kadeshim, as it is in most of the passages here. Apparently, the KJV or AV translators thought it meant sodomites, that is homosexual.
So notice people are saying, well, it's just a synonym. No, he's saying the King James translators got it wrong.
So they rendered it that way. Today, as all modern commentaries and Hebrew lexicons indicate, we know that it means
the ones usually written by people who have translated. You know, it's like they do the NIV and they bring out the NIV study Bible. Greek and Hebrew helps matched with Strong's numbers, all this sort of stuff. It's like, of course they're going to have a bias. They're going to say monogenes means this, the latest and greatest fad. They're going to have it matching up. The Bibles are going to match their dictionaries.
Means male shrine prostitutes. There is also a feminine form of the same Hebrew word that means female shrine prostitutes. Such religious prostitution was a prominent feature of the pagan immoral worship of the Canaanite fertility gods and goddesses, and of course that practice is thoroughly condemned in the Bible, especially in the Old Testament. Then just this final short paragraph. Homosexual and lesbian practices are condemned just as clearly and strongly in the NIV as in any other English version. See the NIV renderings in Leviticus 18:22, 20:13, Romans 1:26 and 27, 1 Corinthians 6:9 and 10, 1 Timothy 1:10, and Jude 7.
What do you think, Joe?
I interviewed Virginia Mollenkott for about 45 minutes. She told of the long period of time in which she worked with the NIV as a stylist and a consultant. She told of large passages of scripture sent to her for her opinion, for her involvement. She said often they would actually change words because she felt they were better. Here's a letter written from her last year, June 12, 94. I worked as NIV stylistic consultant for several years. She said very clear that there was a reduction of condemnation of sodomy in the NIV. And I can quote 1 Corinthians 6 and 9 as a proof. Let me give you, I'll read it both in the King James and the NIV. Know ye not that the unrighteous shall not inherit the kingdom of God? Be not deceived, neither fornicators, nor idolaters, nor adulterers, nor effeminate, nor abusers of themselves with mankind. Now, the last phrases have been changed. Nor male prostitute, nor homosexual offender. And even Virginia agreed that homosexual offender could be a homophobic reacting against a homosexual, just as surely as it could be a homosexual in their acts of sin. So that those scriptures clearly reduce, and of course, sodomy is removed from the entire Old Testament, as he admitted. And sodomy was certainly more than being a male prostitute, although they were male prostitutes.
We do not trend.
I would just say what Joe Chambers said there was quite articulate. It was thought out. He said exactly what we heard in the interview. And that's exactly the type of thing that I've been saying, and so, I think this whole interview was a dumpster fire, and it was basically you've got like 5 or 6 people who are Bible translation experts and all the rest of it, and they're basically talking to like 2 pastors, and I don't even know what Strauss was doing at the time, but he's an educated guy. He was probably the most educated here, but they had James White bringing up Revelation 16:5 and just saying a bunch of stuff that's just rubbish about it. So how can you even follow that? It's just such a, it's like all this technical stuff, and then when you study it, it's like, hang on, all that's wrong. So of course these guys are going to sit there looking like deers looking at a headlight. But the thing is too, these guys they're pastors. They're not academics. And that's the thing. If they had academics on the show, there's plenty of Textus Receptus guys. If they had D.A. Waite come on the program, if they had Kirk DeVitro, if they had Phil Stringer, pretty much anyone from the D. Burgon Society in those particular times, they would have walked all over what these other guys were saying. And, Sam Gipp's there. Sam Gipp is not really. He said some things that were quite ridiculous. The concept that you don't need a dictionary stems from this. This is where Gail Ripplinger got her ideas. You don't need a dictionary. Up until then, King James people always used dictionaries. D.A. Waite in his books said, go to the Oxford English Dictionary, learn that stuff. And then it became, no, don't. It's you're against faith sort of thing. And it's like, no, learn. Don't unlearn. Don't go backwards. And see, that's the thing. I sort of feel sometimes some of these guys were pointing to go backwards, but some of these other guys were going, no, don't listen to that. Just go forward. And you can see today the fruit of that, where some people, you go to talk to them about a certain concept and they're like, you're not using Bible words. And it's like, what do you mean Bible words? It's like, well, only King James Bible words, the word rapture is not in the Bible. The word Trinity is not in the Bible. So they don't use those words. It's like, oh man, but then they do use a bunch of words that aren't in the Bible. And you're just there going, oh, where's this coming from? But it comes from, this type of thing. So it's just unscholarly. There is, in every field, like when you look at young earth creationists, you can look at someone who is academic, like Jonathan Safadi, academic guy, brilliant guy, but there's a few little issues that he has, which is sort of like, I'm not really sure about that. Then there's the Answers in Genesis crew. I like their stuff, but on bibliology, they're a little bit, they're definitely not Textus Receptus King James guys. But then you get someone like Ken Hovine, but because he's a King James TR guy, he says some really ridiculous things about the King James. He says the King James guys had 5,000 manuscripts and they used them all. It's like, no, they didn't. And even I've actually thought of maybe even contacting Kent Hovine and just going through a list of things that he does say frequently that are wrong. But when you look at the creationist guys, a lot of people will gravitate more towards the Ken Hovine guy because he's more like a sort of like a pastor sort of guy. He's sort of, I know that some people don't like him, but say before he went to jail, lots of people like him. He was just sort of like a likable guy, a pastor sort of guy. And, and what he would say things in a certain way that was very relatable to the common guy, where you listen to Jonathan Safadi and it's sort of like, it's academic, but it's not really hitting home. You know what I mean? And so the same thing in the King James movement. You do have people who can be academic, but a lot of people don't want to listen to it, or some of it goes over their head. But I would say in the King James issues, go with the people who are the academics, go with the D.A. Waite crowd. Now, there are other academics, the Trinitarian Bible crowd, Trinitarian Bible Society crowd, and sometimes they've actually gone away from even a TR position. They were sort of majority text for a little while there, and it didn't help. And so, anyway, I'm just sort of sharing my thoughts on that. Sanu Heza says sodomy is not just homosexuality, but includes incest, pedophilia, bestiality, sexual abuse, etc. And Sunu, I just want to say thanks for putting up all the definitions of arsenokoitai and malaka. That's been very helpful. And I wanted to say that a few times, but we'll sort of going through all the audio. Okay, so I'll keep playing this and I'll go through some of these comments, but let's listen to this conversation. We'll just play it until the end of this section.
Translate it, male prostitutes. We were talking about the word kadesh, kadeshim, when we were saying that. You'll find plain homosexual references in all the verses that I listed at the end of what I read a moment ago. I don't see how anyone could say that we watered down homosexual and lesbian practices when we plainly condemn in this passage male prostitutes and homosexual offenders.
How about when you say
that is totally beyond me.
Nor abusers of themselves with mankind. That phrase being reinterpreted, nor homosexual offenders.
The study note on that says, Paul here identifies.
And so in the interview with Mollenkott said that, so Judge Chambers said, could that mean someone who offends a homosexual? She said, yes, that's one way that it could be read. She said, but the way that she reads it is someone who's a homosexual is just a normal part of their life. They got homosexuality. They're born that way. God made them that way. But then they become a sinner. They go out and murder, or they kidnap someone, or they do some sort of sin. So it's homosexuals who offend. And it's like, so she said both of those are options. She said, so this is a consultant for the NIV, smoothing out the language and everything. She's saying that you could read those things into that, where I guess these guys are like, no, it means someone who is offending by being a homosexual. So I guess, being a stylist, a consultant, she's looked over that. Obviously, she struggled with this issue for years, and yet she writes about it. She struggled. She was crying at the age of 5 of being a sinner for being molested, by women. And so this is going back into her life is like, it's a nightmare. But she's saying she was molested as a child by her mother, and she just constantly would go through her life thinking that she's a certain way, she's a sinner. But then she came to grips with it and said, well, I'm not a sinner. That it's not even in the Bible. So where's she getting this information from? And then she's getting these terms and saying it can mean homosexual offender. Like, she would say, I'm a homosexual, and yes, I'm a sinner too. But even then, she was like, well, maybe I haven't sinned. The message of the cross is there is no death and all this sort of stuff. Well, there is no sin and this type of thing. I can't remember exactly what she was saying about that issue, but some of what she was saying in that interview is just so blasphemous against the true gospel.
There's 3 kinds of sexually immoral persons: adulterers, male prostitutes, and males who practice homosexuality. In Romans 1:26, he adds the category of females who practice homosexuality. What could be clearer?
Well,
in other words, what you're saying is homosexual offenders covers all 3 of those categories.
Yes, it does.
But it doesn't cover it and communicate that to the people like no abusers of themselves with mankind. That includes
I think it
men,
does.
women, or whatever.
Well, how about Leviticus 18:22, where they say, do not lie with a man as one lies with a woman?
Now, that's in the NIV.
Yeah.
Okay, I would accept that as being against it, but he still removes the word sodomy.
Well, my point is if the Virginia was on the deal and she was supposed to be responsible for doing this, why didn't she get that one too?
Well,
this is one of the worst arguments I ever hear people say. It's like, well, if there's Arian readings in the Bible, they're trying to get rid of the Trinity. Why didn't they take it out of here as well? That's not a good argument. It's if you're pointing out that, three of the people who play in your favorite football team, have been taking performance-enhancing drugs, you don't go to someone who's not taking drugs and go, well, they're performing well and they're not on drugs. It's like, you deal with the issue at hand. Don't look at something that's not an issue. And the thing is, of course, I've heard people say, well, like someone will say, well, I think the devil's had his hand in deleting things from the Bible. And then, someone like Mark Ward or especially Elijah Hixson says this all the time. Well, the devil mustn't have wanted to delete this concept here then, as if, the devil can just totally destroy absolutely everything in the Bible, and just leave us with this skeleton. No, it's going to cause confusion where in one gospel you've got a certain verse, in the other one you don't have that verse. It's like, oh, there's a confusion here. There's a contradiction even. And so that's sometimes even worse, because if you did have the Arians just come in and just gut the whole thing of Trinitarianism and all the deity of Christ quotes and everything, I mean, even the Jehovah's can't even do that with their Bible. They have to twist and turn all the way through. But if someone was to do that with just say like an ESV edition, just gutted it from all Trinitarian verses, everyone would go, oh, it's like they did an experiment with these pigeons. I heard this person talking about this the other day, where what they did is they had these two pigeons, and if the pigeon like pressed the little lever down, food came out. Now, if it pressed the lever and food came out, that if it would press it again, it could press it 10 times, 20 times, 30 times, nothing else would come out. But at a certain period of time in the next day, it would press it, it came out again. So it would just try it. Now, the other pigeon, what would happen is it would press it and it wouldn't come out. And press it again, wouldn't come out. Then press it, randomly it would come out. And then it might press it like 30 times more, and then another one would come out. And it was just so random, but then it could press it like 5 times in a row and it would come out. So what it actually did, one pigeon would only just really press it like a few times during the day, and every now and then it's like, it's ready. There it is. Where the other one kept pressing the button until it got so exhausted, it collapsed. And so what you find in these Bibles, it's worse to have a Bible with half truth and half lie, because you're reading through and you're like, is this true? Because if the ESV just didn't have the Trinitarian doctrine in it, you would throw it in the bin. But it's got half the Trinitarian doctrine in it, which is worse, because you're exhausting yourself trying to figure out, is this real? Is this true? Is your brain's constantly going through this? Especially if you know the information that I'm talking about on this channel, and you know that there is truth, in what we're saying. If you're diving into the critical text, if you're diving into these modern Bibles, I know I pick up an NIV and I'm like, can I trust that reading? I grab a King James, I'm like, actually, even just that one verse there is completely different. But then the next one's good, and it's like, okay, and the next one's bad. And you're exhausted. You end up exhausting yourself. And you're better off just having Satan's Bible, non-Trinitarian Bible, but go with the Jehovah's Bible, But anyway, let's continue.
Sodomy.
Nobody says she did it in every case.
Sodomy is simply an antiquated word for homosexuality, homosexual and lesbian practices.
The only people who would call it antiquated would be the sodomites themselves. They don't like it, of course. They like the word gay.
No, it's just that you don't hear it much anymore, Joe, in modern American usage.
But
Brother,
a
even
modern
today,
American.
sodomy is against the law in many places. I mean, that word sodomy. It's not,
It
you
is
can't say
used in illegal.
yeah, you can't say it's antiquated. I mean, we're talking 1995, and it is used legally. And you can say sodomy is no, wait. You can say to somebody, sodomy is wrong. Here's a law that is against sodomy. If you change our law to say shrine prostitute, every homosexual is going to say, I got a problem.
There you keep bringing up shrine prostitute. You see, that was point 2 in the statement. And all the other references that I mentioned, including the one John mentioned, we were not talking about the words translated shrine prostitutes. We were talking about translations in the NIV that mention specifically homosexuality.
And
So
sodomy.
what does sodomy mean? It means homosexuality.
Right. And what did you do with sodomy when you translated it? What did you
There are
translate?
some places where sodomy is translated homosexuality. There are other places when it's of the translation of Kadesh and Kadeshim, for which you also have Kadeshah, the feminine of it, where it clearly is referring to male and female shrine
Well, that's
prostitutes,
what I just said,
where
shrine
we
prostitute.
translate it that way.
So
But
you
don't
changed
forget all
sodomy.
the other Hebrew words that are not those words that are translated homosexuality.
You have changed sodomite to shrine prostitute in several areas.
All right,
correct?
well,
In
we
a
have
few
a final
passages,
word.
because
James,
that's what it means.
All
I
James,
hope
final
everyone
word.
notices that the King James only advocates will always use terms like changed, deleted, so on and so forth. In this entire thing, we have seen very plainly that it's a circular position. It starts with its own assumption. It starts.
Okay. I'll I'll spend an hour going through James White's stuff. So straight away he's like, changed, deleted. That's what their Bibles say in the margins. Omits this, which means it deletes it. So why would you not use the words that are in the modern Bibles in the margin that says, or NA omits this? It's an omission, which is a deletion. It's taking it away. So then he's like, well, it's circular reasoning because, this and that. No, it's the modern Bibles use this type of terminology, James. So anyway, James White's always just got these little bumper sticker things that he puts up, and it's like they're all wrong. Like, see, this is the problem. He's probably going to talk for 30 seconds, and he's going to you have to debunk it for half an hour because it's just everything he says is wrong. But unless you really study this stuff through, you think, oh, James White, he's making an intelligent point there. It's circular reasoning. They start with the King James and they finish with the King James. Well, no, obviously these other Bibles came later. And if you read the preface to these Bibles, they say they're updates to the King James. The Revised Version was supposed to be just a language update of the King James, but they snuck in. And in this interview, if you listen to this interview in its entirety, you can tell the King James guy didn't do that well. But the Fasted, who's here, who did the New King James, he says that Westcott and Hort snuck in a never seen before Greek text, snuck it in. And he's on their side. And so they weren't supposed to do that. So they snuck in a text that has 2,900 less Greek words and 8,000 changes. That's why they're saying these Bibles are diabolical. But then there's a whole issue of reinterpretation. And so, James White's like, it's just circular. So he's not even really talking about the topic. It's just a change let's look at the overall thing. These guys are doing this, this, and that. And it's like, why don't you talk about the issue that's been brought up, that is there this influence? And not only just, is there an influence of Virginia Mollenkott on the NIV? Has the NIV got this type of influence in it? In the I'm pretty sure it was the 1972 edition was the New Testament, and then it was the 1978 one when they had the New and the Old. I could be wrong there, but I'm pretty sure that's what I remember it being. Talk about that. Talk about the influence of these words.
It's its own finish. And therefore, anything that differs from the King James is obviously a change, a deletion, a perversion, or whatever. We cannot, if we are going to be honest with ourselves before God, argue in circles. God does not call us to argue in circles. This argument we've just put forward, it would be just as easy for me to sit back and say, well, the King James doesn't doesn't say anything about homosexuality. I don't see the word there, so therefore it must be all right.
Thanks.
That's a ridiculous argument, and yet it's the standard that's being used.
All right. Yeah, James White. Anyway, so yeah, that's the section on the Ankerberg show that they talk about that issue. So I just thought I'd show that. Now I'm about to drop a bombshell with this book. Now, actually, before I go there, I don't mean to keep the suspense. I'm not doing that on purpose. James Snap clearly said there was this guy called David Trobish. Okay, so he said, I wrote David Trobish homosexuality. A few articles came up. Now, one interesting article is this one here. Oops, that's New York Times. That's not the one I'm looking for. Yes, it's behind here. Here we go. Evangelical Textual Criticism. Now, this is in 2012. So this is just before the NA28 came out. Now, just to prove to you that I know what I'm going on about on my phone here, you can clearly see that I have the user's guide to the Nestle Alarm 28 Greek. And this is by the Society of Biblical Literature. And if we go down, we can see who the author is. And so there's like the third page in, and there's David Trobish. So he is writing the user's guide for the NA28. Okay, so that's huge. So so this is a side issue. This is what James Snap brought up. So we are going to look at this. Now I'll try, there we go. Introduction to the Nestle Alarm 28. So we'll just quickly read through this. It's very small, but we want to check out the comments. So this is Tommy Wasserman. So Tommy Wasserman, he's also in the academy. He doesn't believe in a literal hell. Did you know that? Well, you know, what do you expect from the academy? The other day, I blogged about the forthcoming Nestle Alarm 28th edition and described some of the innovations. For this 28th edition, a freestanding introduction has been prepared by David Trobish. The first part supplies a thorough explanation of the Nestle Alarm edition, not presupposing any previous familiarity with critical editions. In a second part, Trobish explains the structure and the apparatus and its appendices. The third and final part, aimed at practice users of the Nestle Alarm, focuses on the new features of the 28th edition. Okay, so just a bit of chat. Then James Snap is there. I'd like to know a bit more about the person who is introducing the Greek text of the New Testament. I've found a brief resume, and I've read most of his book, in which minuscule it appeared instead of minuscule. Okay, that's interesting. But what of his theology? I notice some sort of association with a community Christian church in Springfield, Missouri. I must say that their website suggested to me distinctively liberal, pluralistic, and a politicized sort of theology, particularly on the subject of homosexuality. The preacher at Community Christian Church, Springfield, Missouri, Roger Ray, recently said, the real message of Easter, if you take the metaphor seriously, is that the empire killed Jesus, but the message did not stay in the tomb. This is a long, long way, I believe, from an affirmation that Jesus arose from the dead and invited Thomas to put his fingers in the nail prints of his hands. To what theologians and with what theology has a New Testament text been entrusted by the German Bible Society? James Snap Jr. Tommy Wasserman says, Jim, beware of guilt by association. Nevertheless, Trobish is a respected scholar. Notice he's just a scholar. Because Tommy Wasserman, he on the Bart Ehrman blog said, I don't believe in hell. I don't believe in a literal hell of burning and stuff like that. Trobish is a respected scholar. So, you know, well, Bart Ehrman's a respected scholar by these guys. And a friend of mine. birds of a feather. For some years, we co-chaired the working with the Biblical Manuscripts program until the ISBL meetings. Unit at the ISBL meetings. Trobish has a lot of experience of manuscript work. He has been associated with the American Bible Society for many years, but that doesn't really answer the question, does it? Peter Head says, so is that innocence by association? Tommy says, all noted, but I would still like to know more about David Trobish's theological views. Perhaps since he's a friend of yours, you could interview him here at ETC sometime. And so he says, to take, for example, I can make good use of Greek grammar by this guy who has different views on the historical Jesus. I have no idea about Trobish's theological orientation, etc. And then he says, here's what I gathered about Trobish. He's a Lutheran of some sort. Robert M. Price offers thoughts on him. A Mormon author has some observations about him. Okay, according to Kyrat, Dr. Trobish wrote, after a year in which he researched Mormonism's origins, I have become firmly convinced that one can best interpret Joseph Smith's revelations independent of their meaning as subjective experiences of God, which are really not that unusual in the context of religious phenomena. When Joseph Smith speaks of appearances or voices, he did in fact see and hear what he reported. Okay, that's weird. That explains why on June 22nd, 2011, he was scheduled to give a presentation about the Kinderhook plates at the Socrates Cafe in Missouri. The Socrates Cafe also reports about a year ago that Trobish presided at a convention about same-sex marriage. In a short article at the Socrates Cafe blog, Dr. Roger Ray, the preacher at the Community Christian Church of Springfield, Missouri, expresses avid support for same-sex marriage. Trobish spoke from the pulpit at this church in 2012. The talk was, my mother killed all the Indians and father killed all the Jews. Also, Trobish is a founding member of the Interfaith Maine there. Okay. So definitely Jane Snap Jr. has been doing his homework on Trobish. So who is he? Well, here's a picture of him there. So maybe we can get that opened right up. And he is the main guy at the Bible Museum. Okay, is that him? Yeah, sorry, yeah, that's him. That's not him. I don't think that's him. Anyway, it says here this is him. David Trobish. So, okay. I'll just skim through this. I don't want to read the whole thing. And we're going to get back to Virginia Mollenkott and the big reveal of how she's influenced most of the Bible since the 1980s. Yeah, okay. So in February he was hired as director of the Bible Museum. So you got to understand these guys are like so woke. Okay, so that is Steve Green. Okay, the Museum of the Bible. So I don't know anything about these guys. That shows you what I know. He's the main guy. Okay. It looks like a positive one, so it's not really going to expose anything. But I just I thought that was him, but it's actually the other guy. So let's get rid of that. I can shut that one down, and let's have a look at this. Now, this is going to absolutely blow your mind. Now I've just got to make sure I get the right article up. Okay. So this is not a King James site. This is BibleResearcher.com. Okay, so let's go down here. Is this the one we're looking for? Gender neutral. Okay, let's look at the gender neutral controversy. So this is in 2001. So this is an old controversy. Okay. Now, what's happened? I'm just wondering if I should read through this. It's quite a long page, but look at these Bibles that have been influenced. Now, it only goes up to 2004. I think because he's written this in 2001, he's added like these other two, and then that's it. I think that's as far as he's gone. Now, if we search for a certain person, hang on. Okay, so that's not the page I want to show you because she's not there. Maybe, yes, I think it's this. I've got about 6 pages of this guy's open. So I'm just searching for the particular name. Nope. Okay. Where are we? Okay, well, I can find it again through here. So the gender neutral Bible version. So this is where I got it from. I was sure it was that article. Maybe it's this article. No. Bibliography. So I was just reading it. That's the same article. So I've just got to find it. So I've got to watch. So basically, Virginia Mollenkott wrote the guidelines for the gender inclusive language Bibles. And so that's what I'm looking for. Now I really should just go here, and go Mollenkott. Okay. Yes, that's the one. An inclusive language lectionary. That's the exact one I'm looking for. And yes, this has Virginia Reem Mollenkott. Okay. So I'll go through this one. An inclusive language lectionary, 1983 to 1985. So some of this is just sort of numbers, 1983, 1984, 1985, blah, blah, blah. I'm just going to sort of skip over that type of thing when it's just a cluster of words. These 3 volumes give an inclusivist language version of the scriptures specified in the Common Lectionary, published by the Consultation on Common Texts in 1983, with a few modifications. The version was produced by a 12-member committee appointed by the National Council of the Churches of Christ. The preface to the first volume states, seeking to express the truth about God and God's inclusive love for all persons, the Division of Education and Ministry of the National Council of Churches of Christ authorized the preparation of an inclusive language lectionary. A task force on biblical translation was appointed by the Division of Education and Ministry to investigate how the language of the Bible presented the characteristics of God and of people. In 1980, after almost 3 years of study and discussion, so this is including Virginia Mollenkott on this, because she's listed here. After 3 years in 1980, so that means in 1977, she was already working on this whole inclusive language lectionary. Okay. The task force recommended to the division the creation of an inclusive language lectionary committee. 12 women and men were appointed, bringing to the committee not only their personal commitment to the Christian faith and involvement in particular congregations, but also their experience as pastors, teachers, leaders who have relied on the Bible as their source for inspiration and for understanding of God's word for the church today. English, worship, Old and New Testaments, theology, and education are areas of expertise provided by the committee members. In addition, the members represented a variety of denominations and liturgical traditions. The Inclusive Language Lectionary Committee consists of all these people, who I don't know any of them, but it has Virginia Mollenkott there. And so Sharon Ringe was the vice chairperson, this person, Gold, was the chairperson, etc. And it says David Ng is the National Council of Churches liaison to the committee. The Inclusive Language Lectionary Committee followed the general guidelines provided by the Division of Education and Ministry to create for use in services of worship inclusive language lectionary readings based on the Revised Standard Version of the Bible, with the text revised only in those places where male biased or otherwise inappropriately exclusive language could be modified to reflect an inclusiveness of all persons. The committee worked on lectionary passages first in subcommittees. The result of this initial study, based on other translations, commentaries, Greek and Hebrew texts, was submitted to the entire committee for thorough discussion and preliminary agreement. An editorial committee then reviewed all the texts for consistency of changes and agreement with guiding principles. Then the preface, introduction, and appendix were written. The completed manuscript was submitted to the full committee for its final approval. So then it goes into the second edition, which is just looks like it's a bunch of names, and we've done a little bit more here. And so let's look at this. Okay. Okay, so this is a Revised Standard Version. So this is the Inclusive Language Lectionary. For God so loved the world that he gave his only son. Notice it doesn't say only begotten, but it's better than this. For God so loved the world that God gave God's only child. That's so bad. RSV, he was in the world, and the world was made through him, yet the world knew him not. He came to his own, and his own people received him not. Here it has, the Word was in the world, and the world was made through the Word, yet the world did not know the Word. The Word came to the Word's own, but those to whom the Word came did not receive the Word. That's so confusing. Anyway, so you can see where it's going. It's just trying to get rid of anything to do with toxic masculinity. And one thing you've got to really think about, the people who are coming against the King James, a lot of woke people don't like the fact that a bunch of white old guys got together and did something. It's seen as, part of the patriarchy, seen as part of, the white privilege, all this sort of stuff. Now, most people who I've met on the ground in Papua New Guinea, in the Philippines, the church that we run in Africa, the Revolution Church there, they're thankful that the gospel has come through whatever means, whether it's black, white, yellow, whatever. And thankful, because this is the type of thing that James White and Mark Ward try to make out. Well, it just because it's English, that you don't have to get all proud about it, or we're white supremacists or something. We're like a bunch of Nazi skinheads who just we just want our color Jesus on the wall sort of thing. No, people, Bible believing born again Christians everywhere are very thankful for the work that these guys have done in Europe. And if that had happened in India or Japan, I would go with what they did there, and I would see it as an amazing thing. And but the people who are coming against the King James are usually like that. They are behaving like woke people. It's like, well, why are you following just these white? And they always diminish the King James. Like James White's like, which council appointed all the words of God at one particular time and said, well, there it is. I mean, with the King James translators, it's almost like a council. I mean, they are the best scholars in England, and even a lot of the best Greek scholar was in Paris at the time, and they got him over by boat to work on the King James. And he couldn't speak English, he could speak French, but he was just so good on the Greek language that they wanted him to go over it. And so, some of these guys were just the best scholars around at the time. And to just make out that, who are these people? A bunch of white guys getting together. I think that a lot of the woke stuff that's gone into the world is actually from the churches, because the churches start, being inclusive and all this sort of stuff, and just, Jesus could be a woman as well, and all this sort of rubbish has come in, and let's pray, our Father or Mother in heaven, hallowed be your name, whoever you are, sort of thing. This type of thing happens in churches, and then next thing you know, that if churches, the salt loses its savor, how can the earth be salted? If a church is going to do this, that's sort of like the end of the line. After the church just loses all its boundaries, it's like, well, where's the boundary line? Can I do this? And that's what people have done. They just jumped into all this mess. Okay, I'll just go through some of these comments. So that is the bombshell that I'm dropping here. Now, this guy who's written this website, it's Bible Research. Now, he is not a King James guy or TR guy at all. But a lot of these people are recognizing the damage that's been done to Bible translation work by having all this inclusive language rubbish. Okay, so then we got Eugene Nida and a few other people. So because this guy isn't a TRKJV guy, I don't know whether he's in favor or not. And sometimes by the time you read it, it's like, oh, he's not for it, or he is. I just don't know. That's the thing, and that's the problem. I mean, if you get the vast majority of King James defenders, like pick anyone, even people who I don't really gel on much, they're way better than these guys. I would much rather someone who is low-hanging fruit and all the rest of it in the King James arena. I'd rather listen to them than listen to Eugene Nida, who taught the Jesuits how to translate properly. So why is this such a big deal? Okay, because I wonder if Mollenkott's name comes up here. Oh yeah, Virginia Mollenkott. So literary critics and other consultants. that would be an interesting thing if you could go through the testimonies of these people and say, so what did you do? How did you were a critic, you're a consultant, what sort of work did you do? That would be very interesting. But this is under the whole thing of inclusive language. No, it's not. It's just an NIV. Okay, so, but it did come up Mollenkott, that's right. So, but yes, this is the inclusive language lectionary. So basically that's the go-to guide if you are going through doing Bible translation work. People have access to this, and they maybe you can get it on Logos. And this is basically the one that's going to show you, well, you shouldn't, translate it as like the New King James as the Son of God. You should have servant of God. So then it could be a male or female sort of thing. You just got to get rid of some of these distinctions. There's no other reason why they would change son to servant in the book of Acts like they do in the New King James, except for the inclusive language issues. Okay, so let's just drop that down. I opened up a ton of these pages, and I just want to just sort of check through them. Now, this is all on Bible Researcher under gender neutral. So the Bible and gender inclusive language. Humans are created equal in God's sight. Adam was Eve's source, but she was created to be his partner, his equal, etc. Male authority rooted in the creation or fall. Okay, so this is sort of like an article. I just thought I'd bring this up. I'm just hoping to see a few examples, or I'll shut that one down. I'll bring another one across. Okay, so there's the article list that I was looking at. So there's quite a lot there talking about anthropos, because sometimes the thing is too, with every error there is certain amount of truth. Now in the King James it does say women who adorn themselves with lots of jewelry and things like this. It talks about the hidden man of the heart, but it's actually talking to women. So we know that the word man just means general, like mankind, humans, but in that context, it does seem a little bit weird, because that's just the way they talked in 1611. It's no fault to the translators. It's just time has gone by, and we no longer say, hey, God sees the man inside of you. We don't say that to a woman. We say, he sees the woman inside of you. And so that's why sometimes you can look at these things and go, okay, well, that's justified. But then do you go through and you change anthropos everywhere, and that's one of the things that these guys get a certain tiny little truth, which is just an archaic way of saying something, and they twist it. And the next thing you know, they're changing everything. And then they're not sure if some people are male or female. And there is an issue, I think it's at the end of Romans, where they're not sure whether the deacon is male or female. But yeah, there's a lot of articles here. Now, so what I'll do, I'll put this into the chat. And so, norms for the translation of biblical texts used for the liturgy issued by the Vatican. So, the Vatican, a lot of these other churches have been involved with this for quite a long time. The TNIV, gender accurate or ideologically egalitarian. So I'll shut that one down. So that was the article by the author of the website, Marlowe. So he seems rather disappointed in a lot of these issues. So he's done a pretty big Bible study on it. And it looks like this has become quite a big issue with today's NIV. So this is a chronology of the gender neutral translation. So from like 83, that's when the Inclusive Language Lectionary came out by Virginia Mollenkott and her friends. And she became like the main influence for pushing for the LBGT stuff in churches. And so, I mean, if you could probably make a list like twice as long as this, just from 2004 to today, with especially with if you don't know who Jennifer Knust is. So Jennifer Knust is very active. Like, she was, maybe I can get a video of her. This is the video that I usually show. And so Jennifer Knust, general editor of the New Revised Standard Version Update 2022, Jennifer Wright Knust of Duke University. So I'll just quickly get that up. As general editor of the New Revised Standard Version Update, Jennifer Knust shares her insight into biblical translation. So she is the main principal editor of the NRSV update. Okay, now listen to this video.
Good evening. My name is Tyler Sid. I am one of the leaders of the LGBTQ ministry of Marsh Chapel. On behalf of the chapel, I would like to welcome you to the second of 4 lectures in our lecture series this year, Outlook, Shedding Light on the LGBT Community and Culture. Last Tuesday, we were joined by Dr. Henderson of the Classical Studies Department in the lecture on homosexuality in ancient Greece. The dialogue continues tonight with a lecture on what the Bible does not say on homosexuality. I want to thank you in advance for being a gracious audience by silencing your cell phones, and of course saving questions and comments for the Q&A which will follow the lecture. Tonight, the LGBTQ ministry is honored to welcome Dr. Jennifer Knust to the podium. Dr. Knust is a specialist in the literature and history of ancient Christianity, with particular interest in the transmission and reception of sacred texts, and in the importance of gendered discourses to the production of an early Christian identity. Dr. Knust has been a member of the BU faculty since 2005. She has a PhD from Columbia University, has taught at the College of the Holy Cross, and has held fellowships from the Radcliffe Institute, the American Council of the Learned Society, and the National Endowment for the Humanities. Her book, Abandoned to Lust, Sexual Slander and Ancient Christianity, examines sexualized vocabulary of Christian authors and places it within a political context. She has also written several essays and journal articles about ancient views of sexuality, theories of sacrifice, and religious violence. She's currently working on a new book about sex and the Bible. She is also an ordained minister in the American Baptist Church USA. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Dr. Knust.
Thank you very much. I really want to send a special thank you to the LGBTQ Ministries group for inviting me here, especially to Angelo, where are you, somewhere in here, and there you are, and Liz Douglas, somewhere, hi Liz, and Tyler, whom we just heard from, and Kim also from BU Today, who wrote the article for today, which has me rather nervous, and my mother very pleased, but I'm so thank you for that. And also to Dean Hill for his continuing support of this group and his fine work at the Marsh Chapel. I should say that when I'm trying to address a topic about what the Bible does not say about homosexuality is actually a huge topic. I could never possibly cover this topic in an hour, so forget it. You know, it's not, because to my mind, the question of what the Bible does or does not say about homosexuality or sexuality at all is a complex question that we should be asking not only about same-sex pairing, but opposite or cross-sex pairings, and how those are presented in biblical books as well. So I couldn't possibly cover that. As Tyler mentioned, I am writing a book right now that's trying to cover that, and I've written, I think, about 80 pages at this point, and that's probably not even a third of what the book is going to be. So I don't think you want to hear me read to you 80 pages of what I've written so far, so we're not going to do that. What you're getting tonight is a snapshot of what the Bible does not say about homosexuality, as opposed to a full-blown discussion. So with that in mind, I'm not going to try to cover everything, but there will, I hope, I have my watch here, I'm going to try to keep an eye on it, so there will be time for questions and answers at the end of the discussion, and you should feel free to ask anything that you want. Because we do have a short time, I want to tell you what my argument is going to be. I just want to
Okay, so listen to this very closely.
foreground my argument right away so that you know where I'm coming from. Okay, so it's right on your handout, so I'm just going to read my 3 points. Okay, point 1. What people today might mean when they hear or say the word homosexuality has very little to do with how those who wrote biblical books understood same-sex pairings. Arguably, then, the Bible says nothing at all about homosexuality. Okay, that's point 1. Now I'm going to have a bunch of proofs at that point, so we're going to skip ahead to points 2 and 3, which I'm going to cover together. Point 2. The few statements made in biblical books about same-sex relationships are contradictory and can be interpreted in many ways. There are simply no straightforward sayings either condemning or promoting same-sex love in the Bible.
So there you have it. There's nowhere in the Bible does it talk about it being positive or negative. Just the Bible's silent.
Point 3. Statements about same-sex relationships must be placed within a larger complex of sayings about sexuality in general. When they are, it becomes clear that the Bible does not speak with one voice regarding opposite-sex relationships either. Which will get me, at the very end, to the conclusion, which I'm going to tell you in advance. Okay, somewhere, and this long hand up. The Bible is not a straightforward source of sexual morals, and treating it as such is a mistake. The Bible cannot arbitrate our concerns about sexuality, though biblical books may invite interesting and even helpful reflections on what it is meant to be human and sexual. Sexual desire is something that biblical authors were concerned about, just as we are concerned about this topic today. So that's where I hope to convince you that my conclusion is correct. I'm not sure I can do it in an hour, but I'm going to try. Since you heard from Professor Henderson already on Tuesday night, I'm assuming that if you came to that lecture, and I hope you did, that you learned a little bit about the way in which,
Okay, so I think you get the idea that Jennifer Knust is pretty much, like, I've watched some of her videos where she's like, well, the Bible's just full of myths, and yeah, she's like just like talking like Bart Ehrman, and she is the main principal editor of the 2022 New Revised Standard Version. So it's like getting the female version of Bart Ehrman to do it, and so it's quite amazing. And she was pushing to get Arsena Koite not to be translated as homosexual in the Bible. That was one of her main things, but she actually got outvoted. So in this extremely liberal Bible where they've got someone like a female version of Bart Ehrman as the main principal editor, they're even like, no, we have to go with this reading. It's quite, I guess the thing is, like, even Mark Ward's done videos saying, about this issue, So, and he mentions Jennifer Knust, and like, kudos to him for doing that. That's good. So I'm just trying to get through these comments now. I will go back through. I know Joseph Armstrong is in the house talking and saying some of his concerns about this video. So I'll go back through them, but I just want to make sure I'm sort of covering everyone here. Everyone's just sort of saying g'day. Have to leave the chat. Yeah, I've already gone for 3 hours and 15 minutes. Okay, so I actually don't have to highlight all that. Interesting theory, Nick. I've always assumed the world influenced the church. You might be onto something. That's a nuclear bomb. Yes, and that was one of the things that I was thinking of. Maybe Virginia Mollenkott, by reading the NIV, was convinced of that homosexuality is not something the Bible talks about. This is exactly what Jennifer Knust teaches. So it wouldn't surprise me. I might actually just quickly do a Google search for those two names, Virginia Mollenkott. Mollenkott and Jennifer Knust. Now, one person that Jennifer Knust is very friendly with is Tommy Wasserman, one of the main guys of the ETC blog, who's friends with Elijah Hixson and Peter Gurry and all those other guys. They wrote a book together called To Cast the First Stone. It's considered the go-to book for the manuscript evidence of the woman caught in adultery and how you shouldn't have it in the Bible. It's quite amazing. And so if you've ever followed through with the Jennifer Knust material, it's alarming. You just, when you watch her stuff, you just like, this is wacky, this is off the wall. But anyway, I'll just check this out. Oh, the only place this comes up is my video that's on now. And it says, that's funny. How's that? This video comes up in a Google search like that. That is so weird. And I've got the name Jennifer Knust and Jennifer Mollenkott just coming up like that. Interesting. But maybe because I spelt it wrong? No. So they don't appear in any document, but they're saying exactly the same thing. Like, that's weird. But anyway, I guess Jennifer Knust has to be careful because she is the principal editor of the 2022. It's videos like this that just, show that she is just... I could show you other video. I did a video about her. But anyway, I'll just go back through these. Okay, a few questions being asked there. William Tyndale. Wow, I'm way back. Okay. Okay. So I'm going to address some of these. I just want to go through it. Yeah, James Snap said you're getting to the new revised standard version UE editor Knust. So I know quite a lot about Knust. I didn't know about that other guy, James Snap. So that's news to me. And I still don't know that much about him. I've only just discovered it. But like I was holding up my phone, the issue, the user's guide to the Nestle Align 28th edition is by David Trobish, which is interesting because I've read through that, how to use the apparatus. And okay, just trying to catch up with these comments before we just end up so far behind that I'm answering people from yesterday. Because these streams go so long, it actually is tomorrow already here. It's 12:30 after midnight. So, and I turn into a pumpkin after midnight and just have this desire to do a 9-hour video. So, I can skip a bit of that. The entire left is hell-bent on destroying the church. Yes. So very interesting. Yeah. So that was one of the interesting things. It's like, it was actually Robert Truelove was really switched on with this issue, and he was showing me stuff that was in like their New King James and stuff like that, which I just thought they were just trying to smooth things out. But he was saying there was an issue that Jeff Riddle brought up, and I actually changed a reading in the 2023 edition over that, where it was like, greater love has no man than this, that a man would lay down his life for his friends. And it was sort of like tempting to go, greater love has no one but this, then one would lay down their life for their friends. So you sort of include, because it's mankind. But Jeff Riddle clearly pointed out, this is prophetic of Christ. And it's Jesus going to lay down his life for his friends, no one else. And it's like, yeah, that's of Jesus. So if it's just one would lay down their life, it's still true, but it is Jesus is a man, sort of thing. It's like, you just got to be really careful with this stuff. It's full All right, so I want to just go back and address some of the conversation with Joseph Armstrong. Now, Joseph Armstrong, as I mentioned at the beginning of the video, he has been investigating some of the claims of Gail Ripplinger and, saying that it's false and all the rest of it. Now, one thing is, how did I understand all of this stuff? And like I said at the beginning, I know Joe Chambers personally, all the rest of it. Now, Joe Chambers was influenced by Gail Ripplinger, but then moved away from her material and went to more the Dean Burgon Society, the academic stuff of the Dean Burgon Society. D.A. Waite wrote a book against her. So did Phil Stringer, part of the Dean Burgon Society. So did Kirk DeVitro. And I'm pretty sure all these books are available on oldpaths.com. So oldpaths.com. Actually, it's on the Textus Receptus website. So I'll just quickly go there. And I'll just type in a name. It should come up. But it says, good morning. We discussed this in Messenger. Yeah, so me and Joseph have discussed this. So we were just talking about these issues. And I was able to find the interview with Joseph Chambers and Virginia Mollenkott, the one that I played earlier. And so I shared that with Joseph in Messenger. My point was that the influence KJV only authors like Gail Ripplinger claims she had was not true. If she was influential to some inclusive language dictionary, I guess it's up to you to show that it was used by the translators of modern version Christians use, not goofy agenda-driven ones no Christians would touch. Okay, so I guess I've shown the like that, those issues that are from Bible Researcher, Bible, B-I-B-L-E, Bible Researcher. It should come up. Here we go. Yeah, Bible Researcher under his heading of gender. So, I mean, D.A. Carson has written a book called the Gender Inclusive Controversy. You know, he's got the King James controversy. Like, this is a huge issue. And so I actually didn't really know much about this until it was pointed out to me by Robert Truelove. It's probably 10 years ago now. But so, yeah, Michael Marlowe, he is well respected in the critical text camp, but he's talking about the TNIV, Gender Neutral Bible Controversy. Oh, yeah, so there's a whole book on it by Wayne Gruden, the Gender Neutral Bible Controversy. And also like what the Roman Catholics have done. So they've basically got the book that Virginia Mollenkott worked on and they've redone it and sort of to fit in with Catholic usage. We've got a bibliology here. So that might be interesting. Oh yeah, D.A. Carson, The Inclusive Language Debate, A Plea for Realism. That's his book. So he defends the NIV Inclusive Language Edition. That's interesting. Because he's like, you know, against the King James. You know, I've got his book there on the shelf somewhere. Can't see it at the moment, but I do have it there. Yeah. That one there, the King James Version Debate, A Plea for Realism. So he's written one about the NIV Inclusive Language Edition. And that's interesting because he did that in 1995, or it appeared in 1995, and he's done the book in 1998. That's interesting. He was employed by Tinder House Publishers as a translator for the NLT. I didn't know that. Wow. So yeah, this is not just like, you know, this is not King James material. You know, they're happy that D.A. Carson's done this. Or actually, the guy who's got this website, he's definitely against. He's on the other side. He's on our side when it comes to the gender inclusive stuff. But I guess he's just showing these books. What else have we got here? Just looking for familiar names. Moisa Silva weighs in on it. Translators, traitors. Kenneth Barker. Yeah, D.A. Carson, the limits of functional equivalence in Bible translation and other limits. British and Foreign Bible Society. Okay, I can't see any other names at the moment that I would recognize. There's a whole bunch of others. Okay, so that was 1978. Eugene Nida, very famous. Yeah, so even among critical text people, this is a huge issue. And it comes down to this, the gender inclusive stuff, gender neutralizing translations. So yeah, it comes down to this issue. Here we go, like the policy of the gender inclusive language. So yeah, I guess in answer to your question, it says, I guess it's up to you to show that it was used by the translators of modern versions, Christian use, not a goofy, agenda-driven one that no Christian would touch. So I guess, you know, in looking at this sort of stuff, it's very clear that this goes back to the Bible researcher, and then I think I searched for Mollenkott. This one. So an inclusive language dictionary. And this is the article where they mention Virginia Mollenkott here. And she's part of that. And so with a team of others, they, you know, basically the gender inclusive stuff is so diabolical. I mean, you know, they just, yeah, try and get rid of anything. And those who ate were about 5,000 men, besides women and children. And those who ate were about 5,000 men and women and children. Okay. There's sort of a limit. Yeah, the determination to eliminate male bias sometimes led the revivers to make substantial alterations in meaning of sentences. So, you know, I can't immediately see the main difference between that, but, you know, he's saying, because he's actually, like we would usually have the King James on this side, he's got the Revised Standard Version there, saying, hey, these guys are departing from that. That's how bad it is when you've got the Revised Standard Version as your main text, which was really bad. Yeah, so anyway, I think that answers the question there. The issue of, is it this article here? These Bibles, but all being influenced right up to 2004. I think that's just when he stopped doing it, because the article, revised 2005. So he's been 20 years since he's written this article, and he's saying all of these. So this is not a King James guy saying this. And, you know, notes, D.A. Carson, you know, well-respected guy, you know. So I guess, yeah, Bruce Metzger, this is not kooky, weird, you know, what would be considered kooky, weird, King Jamesy only stuff. Joseph said, I hope you take the time in this or another stream, Nick, to demonstrate the typical Ripplinger-based arguments surrounding the Mollenkott controversy are a fraud when you know they are, rather than simply defending their unfounded concerns and suspicions with revamped arguments that ignore the claims? Well, I guess, I have laid the foundation that, I showed the Joe Chambers clip of the Ankerberg show talking about the interview. I've showed the whole entire interview with Mollenkott and what she says that she did. I was sort of in agreement with probably half of what the main guy from the NIV committee, I can't remember his name now, of what he was saying. He's saying, okay, well, she hadn't been out of the closet. How are we supposed to know, sort of thing? But then he said she had absolutely no influence whatsoever on any English word, and that's not what she said. She said, like, she was given choices of words. She would write in the margin. She said one of her most written things was, what about the Greek or what about the Hebrew in this, here, and that there? So that's from her. So who's the one who's still making money off that edition? I think he was the main guy for the study Bible, but it's like, yeah, he's got vested interests in this, so he's trying to downplay. He's seeing this as a dumpster fire. He's trying to, put it out, and she's just saying, well, yeah, well, I did this and I did that, and in depth in what she did. So I'd take her word for it, and that's exactly what Joseph Chambers did. He brought up that and said, it sounds like she had a lot to do with the Bible, but way more than he was making out. So I think, and so what I'm going to show you is that Gail Ripplinger actually didn't come up with this issue. It was another guy. So I found this article, and I'm going to read it tonight as well. But I think you can see, this guy's showing all these Bibles up to, 2005 when I guess he got tired of working it all out. Oh, yeah, that's interesting. As early as 1833, Noah Webster, the famous lexicographer, revised the King James Version so as to eliminate many words and phrases that he deemed offensive, especially to females. Okay, that's an interesting thing. There's just so much stuff out there. It's just quite amazing. So anyway, let's drop that down. Now, Wikipedia, take it or leave it, but sometimes it's just got little crumbs of information that can help. Just overlooking that. Yeah, 2002, she had a book, Omnigender. So that's pretty radical sort of stance. 1992, so 10 years before, she received a New Jersey Lesbian and Gay Achievement Award. So yeah, here's some of her books. Women and Men in the Bible. Is a Homosexual My Neighbor, 1978. The Divine Feminine, 1983. So 1983, so she's obviously come out of the closet, and then she's still part of making the lexicon that has influenced all those Bibles. So it's quite an amazing thing. Okay. Virginia Mollenkott. I might actually later on put the interview with Joe Chambers there. I think that would be an interesting thing to have on. And you can just go to her website. She just has lots of stuff on there. Wow, there's a video here.
There were many, many years when I had to admit to myself that I did not know there was a God, and that I did not know that God loved me. The changeover came about when my masculine image of God was shattered, and when I did all that floating around through not understanding and working with the Bible, trying to understand the multiplicity of images there, and then through speaking to people, through telling audiences that God loved them. Every time you tell somebody else God loves them, you believe it a little more about yourself.
Okay. Anyway, see, there's actually quite. I found some audio. I listened to probably about an hour of audio interview today with someone was just going through her past and how, you know, she'd been molested by her mother and things like that. It was pretty rad. It was full on stuff. So I sort of wanted to hear what she had been doing, you know, since all that, because a lot of that's sort of known. So yeah, I'll just read through this again. So I hope you're taking the time in this or another stream to demonstrate the typical Riplinger-based argument. So yeah, I have talked about that. I have talked about how it's like, okay, I could agree that, you know, the guys from the NIV committee are like, hey, you know, we didn't know this and that. And I could agree with that. But the thing is, they actually have a lot of issues in their Bible, regardless of all this, regardless, even if Mollenkott wasn't part of it, there's a lot in there that just show that they actually had this type of bias anyway. And so, and I guess to what I've done is I'm about to read this other article, which is 2 years before the release of Gail Riplinger's book. And so, and that would be, you know, a couple of, like 4 years before the Ankerberg sort of show. So obviously, you know, everyone knows about Riplinger. She's the one, some of her ideas don't come from her, they get popularized. I'm pretty sure I was reading somewhere it was like James Dobson was talking about this issue, because it's not just like, obviously Virginia Mollenkott has become like the main person for, you know, church and homosexuality. And so then you got people like Jennifer Knust supporting that type of thing. But Virginia Mollenkott was like, you know, hey, it's okay to be a Christian and it's okay to be homosexual at the same time. So she's pushed that full thing. So she's been the main leader of this. So they actually have an award, the Virginia Mollenkott Award, if you do, you know, certain things in homosexuality and biblical theology. So, yeah. So yeah, here we go. Audio. Okay, so she's got tons of videos, lots of audios. So yeah, if you want to go in and follow the rabbit trail, I mean, there's so much there. Anyway, I'll shut these down. So yeah, I have brought up, see, my thing, I've always brought up the fact that she followed Catholic mystics from when she was young. She believed the church was originally Catholic in the early church, which is, it's anachronistic. But she says to Joe Chambers, well, we all come from the Catholic Church. The early church was Catholic, sort of thing. It's like, that's a weird concept. Even if you think that now, you would never talk to someone who's like a fundamentalist and say that. It's like, they're just going to go, huh? I was like, what are you talking about? You know, but that's what she thinks. So my point of view was that she always felt that like she was a lesbian all the way through her marriage. She said she only got married to try and get rid of who she was. And she divorced. I think it was in 1972. I can't remember the exact date, but I think it was before 1973. So I think she was still part of the consultant team on the NIV. And she had, by the time she got divorced, she hadn't been with the guy for like a year or something. So that's all stuff that I've sort of read. I could have some of the dates wrong there. So just letting you know. Okay, so let's keep going through this. I don't have the sound on now, but it looks like you are on the inclusive language lexicon line. Which translations use this lexicon? I hope you show your followers that it was not the first edition of the NIV that everyone is so concerned about. Well, my concern is that, see, it's a bit like if you're following, I know we always bring up Hitler, but we just know so much about him, and he's one of those universal people. Like one time I brought up Bruce Lee in Pakistan. I said, how many people know about Bruce Lee? And out of like thousands of people, one hand went up like this at the back. I was like, ugh. So none of them, I was going to use like examples about Bruce Lee and Christianity, and it did, you know. And I said, who knows about Elvis Presley? And hardly anyone knew. They're just in a different world, you know. So I sometimes have to use examples of Hitler because we all know him. So Hitler, he won medals. You know, he was a hero in World War One. Obviously, he's on the wrong team, but it's like we can appreciate people when they fight well. You know, look at Rommel and others. It's like, wow, good job. You know, but obviously there was a certain stage in his life where he turned, and you know, he joined the Nazi Party, and they did the beer hall pooch. Tried to overtake Germany then he went and did some jail time and all the rest of it. But so when you look at Mollenkott, the whole thing about, see, I don't really care what Ripplinger said about it. A lot of what Ripplinger said is just wrong, period. You know, like, and I've always said that. I don't know that much about Ruckman to say he was wrong here and there. Sometimes I read his stuff, it's a bit like, okay, well, that's true, or that's confusing, or that's really amazing, or that's silly. You know, it's like that, you know. So, but when it comes to this issue, she's like, okay, there's one of the NIV consultants is a homosexual, and that has influenced the Bible. Well, what we showed earlier on the Ankerberg show, the main editor of the NIV study Bible was there, and he said that she had no influence on any of the final wording. And it's like, really? Like when you listen to her, she's like, yeah, well, I did all this stuff. And so I think she did have, I think they're downplaying it. Now, is it their fault that they hired her? No, I can agree with that. But did she have all this stuff in her before she's written her books? I think she did. And I think she admits that in her interview with Joe Chambers, where she says about the influence of things, and her basically giving the tick for, you know, the consultants are saying things a certain way, and she's like, I like that, and giving it the tick. And that's why I was saying that perhaps the NIV actually influenced her in something that she was struggling with, because it's saying, you know, it's not even talking about homosexuality. It's talking about shrine prostitution and all this stuff. It's like, you know, I remember looking into that years ago, and I was just like, man, that's really weird, you know. But a lot of the modern lexicons say that. Okay, so I'll just find the next one. Has Nick mentioned that Virginia was incestually abused as a child, and that is what led to her lesbianism? Yes, I'm pretty sure. I've mentioned that probably about 15 times already. Has he also mentioned that it was legitimate original language lexicons and modern usage that led to the NIV not using sodomite in their translation, not VM, Virginia Mollenkott, as King James only gatekeepers claim? Okay, so I don't know what every King James person out there is saying. I mean, I guess it's like when you're into creationism, I don't know what every creationist is saying. Like, I don't even watch like the Standing for Truth stuff. I don't even watch that anymore, you know. I mean, to me, I used to be an evolutionist. I thought we came from monkeys. And once I'd sorted that issue and went through it all, I was like, yeah, man, I've been so deceived. But then now I'm glad for people who do it, because some people need that level of debate and all the rest of it. But to me, I'm just sort of like, yeah, cool. Let's move on to something else. That's just where I'm at. When I'm street preaching, I talk about evolution, creation all the time. I think it's one of the best evidences for the Bible. So yeah, I guess it's sort of like saying, Virginia Mollenkott, they're using legitimate lexicons. I wouldn't see that the lexicons that the NIV use as legitimate. Like, I don't know if you've ever tried to read some of the definitions of Eugene Nida. They are so bad. And Eugene Nida was like the guru for the Bible societies, for translational methodology. He was a Protestant who went to Rome and taught all the Jesuits. Smart guy, but his stuff, when I first got Logos Bible software with the MacArthur leadership package and all that stuff, it came with this Nida, the Greek definitions and lessons and things, and it just gave me a headache. It was so confusing and so unnecessarily strange. And that there's plenty. I guess it just depends on what you know. Because if you know something that this word means this, like say monogenes means only begotten, they're trying to change it so they can squeeze in the reading of only begotten God. They don't. That's a heresy in the early church, only begotten God. So they want to change it to unique God or one of a kind God, or God. So then they have to change it everywhere. For God so loved the world, he gave his unique son or his only son instead of only begotten. So that's just one issue that's changed. I mean, there's so many words that have been changed, and that's one of the main issues. It's not just the underlying text has 2,900 less Greek words or 8,000 changes. It has redefined a lot of terms, and so no longer are these words meaning something today. And that's where people get a lot of attack that comes against King James. Is like, well, no, this word means this, it's synonymous to this, but it's just simply not. And it's just simply not a synonym. And the issue is too, you'll get two scholars, if you ask them separately without consulting each other, one will say, oh no, it's not a synonym, the King James made a mistake. The other one will say, no, it means that in 1611. And it's like, okay, so who's telling the truth? And you get into it, and it's confusion. These, like even the New King James translation, they use a lot of definitions that are simply not akin to what it was in 1611. So anyway, hopefully that sort of answers you a bit. Nick and I had a long discussion about this on Messenger. Yes, we did. And that was good. Okay, so I think I've caught up to yes, so that's where I was. Yep. Okay. Going through this. Okay, so I'm going to shut that video down. But yeah, the gender inclusive issues. Now, where was I going? Okay, I'm going to shut all these down. Well, I might just quickly show you the first. So here's the NIV policy on gender inclusive language. So yeah, you can read that for yourself. Okay, so it's not mentioning the lexicon, but they did use a lexicon. The lexicon like say this article by the Catholics. Okay, it became so controversial they had to do their own thing. These norms were intended to bring an end to the continuing conflict over the inclusive language in the lectionary. So that's the issue that we've been talking about. Okay, so I'll crack that open. Roman Catholic conflict concerning inclusive language in biblical translation. Okay, so Ratzinger got involved. So yeah, this has been a controversy going way back. So yeah, this is the Catholics talking about this sort of stuff. Okay. What else have we got? I'm just sort of shutting these pages down as I go too. The Today's New International Version, Gender Accurate or Ideologically Egalitarian by Peter Jones. And yeah, he talks about this issue. Okay, can't see too much of. I mean, I could probably read the whole thing. It would be interesting, but it's like, man, we'll be here forever. So, but you can look at that. This one here is Translation Theory and Methods Bibliography. So that's the one where I saw, those books by, Eugene Nida has quite a lot to say about a lot of this sort of stuff. Anyway, so you know where to go. Another one, the inclusive language lectionary. Okay, so that's a lectionary where Virginia Mollenkott is involved there with that. And yeah, so very interesting there. And okay, so I think that's it for the Bible researcher stuff. Now we are going to read the first. Actually, I'll read this one. This is by David Cloud. So he has a bit of a timeline here, so it might be helpful to us. So let's have a look at this. I don't think it'll be anything new. So Virginia Mollenkott testified, my lesbianism has always been part of me. So this is from David Cloud. So in 1997, we published an article on Virginia Mollenkott, a literary consultant for the NIV. Many have asked for information on this woman because of her connection, however significant, with this popular modern version. Thus, we gave a general overview of her life and writings as follows. A more complete overview is contained in the article Virginia Mollenkott, which can be viewed at the Way of Life website. So she's pro-abortionist feminist who claimed to be a left-leaning evangelical. In reality, she denies the very God of the Bible and worships an idolatrous female god of her own imagination. She grew up a Plymouth Brethren in a Plymouth Brethren fellowship and moved in fundamentalist circles during her early years. She studied at Bob Jones University, taught at Sheldon College in the 1950s. She has moved miles from that position, though. Today, she moves in the most radical ecumenical feminist circles. In the 1970s, Virginia Mollenkott was a consultant to the New International Version Translating Committee. She was involved with this project through its completion. Okay. My understanding is that it was in 1973 or 1972 or 3 was when the NIV New Testament came out. I'm pretty sure. Anyway, I could be wrong on that. 78, Mollenkott co-authored a book, Is a Homosexual My Neighbor, in which he called for non-discrimination towards homosexuality. The book argues that the Sodom account in Genesis does not teach the evil of homosexuality, but the evils of violent gang rape in and inhospitality to strangers. The book also claims that the idea of a lifelong homosexual orientation or condition is never mentioned in the Bible, and that Romans 1 does not fit the case of a sincere homosexual Christian, page 62. So 79. So I can probably skip a few things here. She participated in the general conference there, and so 1980 she became a member of the National Council of Churches, or she was there on the committee that produced the Inclusive Language Lectionary, which addressed God in feminine terms. And so Mollenkott claimed there was some evidence that Jesus Christ was really a woman. So that's in 1983. Okay. 1985, Mollenkott's signature appeared on a statement supporting homosexuality, which was published in the Sojourners magazine. 86, Mollenkott warned against heterosexualism, sexism, the idea that everyone must be heterosexual. 87 article. So just, obviously it's just going to get worse and worse. So there's no real point in reading through all that. But, she's writing books like The Biblical Imagery of God as Female. God is the mother of us all. Omnigender, that's probably one of the most popular ones because it's pretty wild. Okay, so I guess with, obviously, Joseph is examining Gail Riplinger's claims, and rightfully so, because she's wrong on many things. And so, okay, cool. It gets into this issue of Kenneth Barker here, so that we'll look at that. But I guess the thing is, she's really radical. Now, I haven't got exactly what Gail Riplinger said. I was looking for it. I haven't got her books, and so I just never bothered buying her books. It's like buying a bunch of, young Earth creationist stuff that's not really that accurate. It's like, well, do I really want them, But if I had them, like some of them I've got in PDF form. Actually, I think on the Textus Receptus Academy, I put a link one time. It was online, and no, I searched for that, and it said it's taken down. I was like, oh, look, it's online, But yeah, it would be good to find out exactly what's written by Gail Riplinger, but by the sounds of it and by what Joseph's saying about it, it's sort of like, well, she influenced the NIV. Now, can you prove that? Well, I mean, she's probably one of the most radical, gay Christians in America, up until she died. And so then finding out, well, she worked on the NIV, it's like, and then sort of already knowing that the NIV is pretty soft on this issue. I mean, it's pretty hard to not see, or I wouldn't hold it against someone too harshly if someone overthought that she had influence. Now, how much influence she had, well, it's sort of like she's saying, I did this, I did that on the Chambers audio. The other guy's saying she had zero influence. It's like, I'm not sure about that. So anyway, a public letter issued by Kenneth Barker, I think he was the guy in the interview, I'm pretty sure, executive director of the International Bible Society, says that they knew nothing about Mollenkott's homosexuality in the early 70s. It's possibly true, but I do know that others knew of it, or at least strongly suspected it. Okay. But I guess what they're sort of saying is like they hired her. And I hire people, they work for me on my website. I don't know what they're like. I've never met them half the time. And especially if you're doing a Bible translation project, if you're hiring like 70 people, or I don't know, maybe there's 150 people who worked on this, it can be pretty hard to like vet everyone, So I understand that point of it. My point is like, did she influence these readings? Because to me, the NIV, I just look at it, regardless of these issues, I just look at it and go, yeah, they do downplay some of this stuff. Anyway, I've heard from people who have known her since the 1950s, both personally and professionally, and her homosexuality was suspected even then. D.A. Waite used to teach at Shelton College, where Mollenkott once taught. In his Bible for Today publication on March to April 1994, D.A. Waite gave the following report. Mollenkott's perversity was known about long before the NIV was published. So this is really interesting. I didn't know this. I didn't know Waite even said this. So that one man, Arthur Steele, refused to accept the full presidency of Shelton College, Ringwood, New Jersey, where Mollenkott taught during the 1960s, unless she was removed from staff. Wow, that's like not something that you could hide. And the thing is, with D.A. Waite, to me, D.A. Waite he's the sort of guy of integrity. Now, has he been wrong on things? Yes. I think all you have to do is ask anyone who's been part of the Dean Burgon Society, and they're sort of like, or anyone who's left, and they're like, yeah, I had a run-in with D.A. Waite over this little issue, and it ended up being a big thing. Like even, I think when Phil Stringer left, he was critiquing his statement of faith on the website, like it's not thorough enough. And it's like, man, who has the time for that? You know what I mean? It's like you have to write out your whole own confession of faith sort of thing. It's like, and he went through, like D.A. Waite went through it and was like, look, he doesn't have this about creation. That could lead to evolution. And it's like, no, I can't see Phil Stringer doing that. But so I'm not saying D.A. Waite's perfect, but I would not say that he would lie about something like this. Absolutely not. So that's interesting. Arthur Steele refused to accept the full presidency of Shelton College, Ringwood, New Jersey, where Mollenkott taught during the 1960s, unless she was removed from staff. By 1978, Mollenkott had co-authored the book, so we all know about that. As noted previously, the book claimed that Sodom, there's no homosexuality in the Bible, basically. Point 3, even though Barker's letters claim that Mollenkott consulted only in a minor way in matters of English style, the fact remains that her name has been plainly listed in their literature for 3 decades under the heading literary critics and other consultants. Only recently were we told that her role was inconsequential. And that's a really good thing to say. It's like, well, if she's just completely inconsequential, why is her name there? You know, what, did they just scrub everything that she had influence on? Or by the sounds of it, she had influence on every word. There was influence. There was the potential for either for her to agree there, which is a strong thing, or to offer an alternative synonym, English word, whatever, or to go back to Greek and Hebrew definitions and look at other ways that it can be translated, which is huge. So she's offering those 3 things, you know, which is a big thing. So her own account differs from Barker's. Barker's is playing little word games. It would be a different story if Elwyn Parker was still alive. He knew me. He heard me speak and sent me sheaf after sheaf of translations to review over a period of 3 or more years, including several gift editions for the committee members when the work was first completed. So that, listen to that. Like that's her saying this, okay? So Barker is playing little word games. It would be a different story if Edwin Parker was still alive. He knew me and heard me speak and sent me sheaf after sheaf of translations to review over a period of 3 or more years, including several gift editions for the committee members when the work was first completed. Does that sound like she's got no influence whatsoever? So Mollenkott stated further So this site doesn't look like it's got quotation marks. They would send me big swatches of translations, many chapters at a time. So that's the Joe Chambers interview. Perhaps several shorter books from the Old Testament or the New Testament. So as I was saying before, that's what they would send her at a time, like a whole book from the New Testament, a whole book from the Old Testament, but shorter ones, probably the letters, 1 Peter or something like that. But it sounds like she's just getting, 5 chapters at a time or something like that. And she's, many chapters at a time, she's saying. Perhaps several shorter books from the Old Testament or New Testament. I would write notes over all the manuscripts which I sent, both praising phraseology. So, when they're saying, ale, shrine, prostitutes, she's given it the big tick. And other things, she's given the tick as well. Asking questions. Something I would typically write would be, would the Greek or would the Hebrew permit this word, which would seem to me to be much more understandable. So obviously that, this author's picked up on the same thing that I picked up in that interview with Chambers. It's like she's describing way more than Palmer's talked about. If we'd known earlier what we know today, we would not have hesitated, as we originally did, to suggest that the New International Version is weak on homosexuality due to the influence of homosexuals. The parallels are too striking to be incidental. So this is the thing. It's like, okay, well, you've got the effect of this Bible, which is soft on homosexuality. You've got the cause. Supposedly, okay, you've got these people. I mean, like if you were to line up all the translators and say, okay, who was the one who was soft on homosexuality? And then, like, you'd sort of be thinking that, this Virginia Mollenkott would put her hand up first and say, okay, I was pushing for that. But like I said, perhaps she was influenced by a Bible that was trying to push this type of thing. Okay, so Virginia Mollenkott was not the only homosexual who worked on the NIV. Consider the following letter we received from a friend in Britain. A while ago, I heard a rumor that Martin Woolstra, who was apparently not just on the committee for the Bible translation of the NIV, but actually head of the Old Testament committee, was a homosexual and friend of evangelicals concerned. He has been dead for a couple of years at least, but I thought this was vitally important information considering the way the NIV handles homosexuality sodomy. I took the opportunity today to telephone New York psychologist Dr. Blair, who in 1976 founded Evangelical Concerned. So that sounds like a pro-LGBT sort of group. Amazingly, Ralph Blair and Virginia Mollenkott and Billy Graham all originally went to Bob Jones University. Well, that doesn't mean anything. But they're part of this concerned movement. Anyway, that's about someone else. So this is David Cloud. So he's saying we'll probably never know exactly what role Woolstra and Mollenkott and perhaps other homosexuals had in the translation of an NIV. The NIV publishers are not necessarily in a position to be candid about all this. After Carl Graham published his booklet Sodomy and the NIV in 1991, he was threatened with a lawsuit by the publishers of the NIV. Okay, so this is the guy, Carl Graham. He published a book in 1991. So this is the proof that Gail Ripplinger didn't make this stuff up. Either this guy did and Gail's copied it. I haven't read his stuff yet, so we're about to read through his article. But he got threatened with a lawsuit over this. Someone must have mailed a copy to the New International Bible Society. For in the fall of 1993, I got a registered letter from them, which was threatening in nature. They accused me of slandering the members of the NIV committee and insisted that I withdraw the booklet immediately or face a possible lawsuit. This is where I contacted D.A. Waite for advice. So D.A. Waite knew this issue in the fall of 93, not from Ripplinger, but from this guy. Okay, so maybe him and Ripplinger are high-fiving, I don't know. So he contacted Waite for advice, as I knew that he had been threatened in a similar situation about one of his publications showing his advice. I got an attorney. My attorney assured me that I was on firm legal grounds. He seemed most anxious to get the issue into court because he believed there was freedom of speech issue involved. He told the NIV people to take their best shot and we'd see them in court. His communication with their International Bible Society resulted in an apology for the threatening letter, and I've heard no more from them. That's interesting. In their letter to me, the NIV people denied that Dr. Mollenkott had any influence on the final product. However, they have not been consistent in their explanation of her input. For one letter from them says she was dismissed in the late 60s, and another from the same office says she was dismissed in 1972. I thought she was dismissed after they found out that she was a homosexual, which wouldn't have been until like 1978. That's what I heard. So this is where it's like, okay, so this is not Gail Ripplinger saying this. This is Carl Graham, okay? So, and he's got these letters apparently, so that would be a good article to start with. Okay, because this is not Ripplinger stuff. This is just a guy's found this out, probably through, Focus on the Family, or James Dobson, whatever, and going, oh, wow, that lady used to work on the NIV and did some digging. And it's like, man. And then they've threatened him. And then they're saying, oh, well, we sacked her in the late 60s. And it's like, well, no, we sacked her in 1972. Or maybe dismissed isn't sacked. Maybe it's like that's when she stopped working. So that it would come down to that word dismissed. So, yeah, dismissed might not be, I was thinking like you removed, So maybe that's why I'm like going a bit crazy. From what I've read about Dr. Mollenkott's relationship with the NIV, I'm left with the impression that she was there for the duration of the project. It sounds like that, doesn't it? I really don't know where the truth lies about her influence on the final product. So he's not saying she's, Dr. Mollenkott's the queen of anti-sodomy or whatever. But I know for certain that she is a homosexual and she served on the committee. And the sin of the sodomites has never appeared on the pages of the NIV. Okay, so that he's written a book, Carl Graham, Introduction to the Second Edition of Sodomy and the NIV, page 3. The following article was written by Graham after he researched the connection between the NIV's rendering of passages touching on homosexuality and the presence of a homosexual on the translation review team. It is amazing to see many direct parallels between Mollenkott's views about homosexuality and the translation of the NIV. Some people's book 2 and 2 still equals 4. If Mollenkott or Woodstrah alone or in conjunction with some other homosexual did not directly influence these translations, there must have been other members of the NIV committee who were amazingly like-minded with these modern evangelical sodomites. So that's a very interesting point, I think. Now, I'll sort of want to try and finish this article before I go to the comments, and then I'm going to read the actual article by Carl Graham. Okay. So the sin of homosexuality can be condemned out of the New International Version, but it's not as plain as in the Authorized Version. And so that's the case many times. It's like, well, we don't completely delete the Trinity, but we just weaken it, and then they can say, well, we still left it in there. We didn't completely get rid of it. Because the thing is, if they completely get rid of something, everyone knows there's like an agenda against it. We have seen repeatedly that this is one of the devil's tactics. He does not completely change or remove a doctrine. So this is amazing. Like, this is in 93 or 96, he's saying exactly this type of thing that I would say. It's like he's finishing my sentences and I'm finishing his. He merely tampers with it. In a fierce warfare, the difference between winning and losing is often depends on very small details. To clandestinely dull a warrior's sword is tantamount to open sedition. The sad fact which must be faced is this: in scholarly evangelical circles, the idea that homosexuality is somehow compatible with Christianity is gaining widespread sympathy. The book by Virginia Mollenkott and others received favorable reviews in Christianity Today. It's just so weird. Okay, and then it says, endorsements from such respected Christian publications was proof that the gay Christian movement was gaining momentum and credibility. So this is written by Carl Graham of North Carolina. Okay. Okay. So then it's talking about NIV guys. There's over 100 people. Sue Pierce asked the question, why was it important to both of you that you come out as lesbians? Mollenkott replied, my lesbianism has always been a part of me. I tried to kill myself in my teens because they told me I'd never be healed, that God had no use for people like me. I couldn't stand the thought of living a life that was useless and offensive to God. I tried to be heterosexual. I married myself off, but what I did ultimately realize was that God created me as I was, and that that this life was meaningful. Okay. So yeah, and then it goes into, some of the examples where it's, listed sodomy and things like that. Sodomite, sodomy. Okay. And yeah, some of the commentary from Mollenkott, what she thinks about certain verses. Yeah, that's interesting. So yeah, you could go through all that. Strange flesh. Okay. So I think that actually is his article, because this is not David Cloud's website. So I think, yeah, what he's done, he's gone to here, to there. Then it says the rest of this report is by Carl Graham. So that's why it's got this revised 96, and then it goes through pretty much what I've already touched on. So now I'm just going to see if it's got the name Gail in it. No. Maybe Rip. No. Gail Rippling is definitely not in all that. And so I'll keep that one open. This is the one that I was going to read, but I think I've actually just skimmed through it. Yeah, so it looks like the same thing. O Timothy magazine. D.A. Okay, so this comes from the Dean Burgon Society of D.A. Waite. Yeah, it's just that's the same thing. Actually, no, it's different. They made 10,000 copies of it. Okay, so this is 2 years before Ripplinger. So Ripplinger must have gotten this. So let's just type in. No, Ripplinger doesn't appear there either. I think that's his book because it's got the same examples here. Yeah, and Mollenkott says this and that. So that's interesting. And it's got the references there that you can go to. I'll throw that into the chat. And maybe the other one that I just put there. So everyone can check that out. So it sounds like it's not Gary Replinger who's come up with this idea. And really, it's not such a strange idea. It's like, and he sounded very balanced on that. Like, we're not sure of the influence that they've had. But a lot of people had pointed out that it was soft on homosexuality. So that was an issue. And then it's like, hang on, there's these homosexuals who are working on that. Could it be that they've influenced that? And he's like, well, I guess we'll never know, because NIV main people are saying she had nothing to do with it. Mollenkott saying I had a lot to do with every word in the whole thing. So yeah, and there's that timeline sort of thing. But yeah, so anyway, I think that's important to know. So I'm going to actually, I won't shut all that down because I'll put all those links somewhere. What else do we have? Okay, so I saw this one. I'm not sure if it's the same. Oh, this is actually from Yvonne Waite. So D.A. Waite's wife. Now, I'm not sure when this was, but they were still promoting Gary Riplinger's book. So this could have been like in 93. So I think their falling out happened like not long after Gary Riplinger's book came out. Okay. She says, well, some of us have been telling its readers that Mollenkott was an avowed lesbian for years. Few took heed. So, okay, so here we have D.A. Waite's wife saying, we've been saying this for years. So I'm not sure when this article is. It might point out when. But that was interesting about D.A. Waite saying, hey, you know, my friend in college wouldn't accept a presidency unless she was sacked. And, yeah, so that type of thing needs to be known, that's the sort of thing that needs to be investigated. It's like, okay, because then it proves that the guy, I can't remember his name, is it Barker, on the Ankerberg show, but the thing is, if he's ahead of like all these people, he could just be like, look, how much influence did she have? And someone's just like, look, she's just a consultant. And it's like, okay. And he just types that up. And so he's actually not maliciously like going out to say she didn't do anything. I mean, you know, it's like the person who runs the local supermarket. Do they really know what the guys out the back are doing with their forklifts and boxes and things like that? They just go and see their team leader and say, "Oh, are you guys? Have you done your job today?" And they're like, "Yeah." And it's like, "Okay, cool." And they go and do something else. So he mightn't know all the details, but she does. So we're better off taking her word for exactly what she said. That's my take on it anyway. But D.A. Waite, absolutely credible guy. Okay, so it says, but lately booklets like Carl Graham, so she's not mentioning Replinger, but she does mention her here. Okay, Carl Graham's The Proper Perspective of Bible Sodomy and the NIV, and Gary Riplinger's popular New Age Bible versions have sparked attention. So both of these have come out. So Carl Graham's came out 2 years before Replinger. People are noticing for the first time sexual orientation of the feminist English professor who has authored 11 books and reads after mystics like Matthew Fox. So that's mentioned. She mentions that in the interview with Chambers. Calling yourself religiously a liberationist. Okay, so I'm going to make this nice and big because I'm struggling. Here we go. Dr. D.A. Waite warned years ago of her fondness of women and her penchant for non-biblical views in his analysis of her early work, Women, Men, and the Bible. Wow. Just see, D.A. Waite's run the Bible for today since like 1970 or something like that. So, and he's often like got his finger on the pulse of the churches in the United States. So he'd talk about lots of different issues, you know, bit like, you know, running a discernment type of ministry. So he drafted that in 1977. So he might have been one of the first ones to really go through and point these things out. So in fact, he concluded after reading a book that she was not a believer. Okay, so he wrote Virginia Reem Mollenkott might very well be an apostate who has never been born again, but is only posing as a sheep when in reality she's a wolf in sheep's clothing. Dr. Waite knew she was a practicing homosexual as far back as 1962, 1963, when they both taught at Sheldon College, Ringwood, New Jersey. All right, so I'm just going to put this into the chat. I'm going to keep reading it, but I know some people want to know where this is coming from. That's when she told her classes it was all right to lie, a la Tom Sawyer. In fact, Arthur Steele refused to be president of that college until this Sophia later were kicked off staff. Yes, he has a letter dated November 27th, 1978 from Bob Jones saying, "We had a definite problem with her because she insisted on hobnobbing with a few girls when she was employed as a teacher here for 1 year in the 50s. In 78, I point blank asked Virginia, are you a lesbian? An opportunity for her to end the rumors that trailed her. She refused to answer, claiming it would hurt her influence in both the gay and the straight camps. Her silence condemned her. In anticipating questions about Mrs. Mollenkott, NIV director Kenneth Barker on September 12, 1993 denied there is a malicious rumor going around that a lesbian was one of the NIV translators. That is a bold-faced lie. She was an English scholar. She made virtually no suggestions or proposals. She did not influence the NIV at all. Nothing, absolutely nothing was known about her being accused of lesbianism. I must set the record straight. She was briefly involved in a minor way. She was known as a committed evangelical Christian. Nothing was known about a lesbian abuse. Therefore, we cannot be held accountable for what happened years later. So I guess it's not really about accountability or making the NIV guys all feel guilty or whatever. It's just like, okay, so she did work there. It sounds like it was pretty obvious. But I mean, like I said, if you're the leader of a massive group like that, you can't just vet everyone. And if people just don't tell you that she's like that, well, I guess you just never know. Dear reader, that ain't the way Virginia tells it. Okay, so here we're talking about Joe Chambers' radio. Okay. During a radio interview with Christian talk show host Joseph Chambers, she responded to the question, did you enjoy your work with the translating team, particularly for the NIV? Mollenkott replied, I worked mainly in solitude. They would send me big swatches of translations, many chapters at a time, perhaps several shorter books from the Old Testament or the New Testament, and my job was to read them with an eye as to how this would communicate with the modern reader and to indicate if I thought there were any infelicities in the language that could be corrected. So I would write notes over all over the manuscripts which I was sent, both praising phraseology that I thought was wonderful and raising questions or asking, for instance, when something I would typically, For instance, something I typically would write would be, would the Greek or would the Hebrew permit this word? Which would seem to me to be much more understandable or clear to a modern reader. This uncloseted lesbian translation consultant, who, by the way, also worked on the inclusive language lectionary of the National Council of Churches, is listed in the NIV's own ad as one of its scholars. For sure, her name appears under the headline The Translators, along with renowns such as, and it's got these other people there. How about that for eminence? Then, of course, we know that in 1972, the New York Bible Society lists Mollenkott as a literary consultant. In 1982, she was enumerated as a literary consultant in The Word of God, edited by Lloyd R. Bailey and published by John Knox. Then Vantage Press claimed her as a literary consultant in the NIV story by Goddard. Behold, the letter is sent to a friend from the International Bible Society, stated Dr. Virginia Mollenkott was not involved in the translation or editing of the New International Version text. Her role was very minor and short-lived. In fact, she was dropped from the project in early 1970. That's weird. Therefore, could not influence the translation work or slant the translation to fit her views. Friend, does that jibe with a 1994 IBS letter to the NIV critic, which said, it is true that the earliest stages of the translation work on the NIV in the late 1960s, Mollenkott was consulted briefly and only in a minor way on matters of English style. Looks like a cover-up to me. Ebon Waite. So that's D.A. Waite's wife saying that. So that's interesting. It's like it is very interesting about people knowing this issue, saying it goes back to the 1950s. Okay, so I've read that one. Let's go through here. So I'm not going to put all of these comments up. I'm just going to touch on some of them. James Snap Jr. says, Garifniger being a goofball does not make Knust and Trobish any less liberal. Yeah, that's a really good point. I mean, you could have a bad report. I guess it's like having, like I always enjoy Ron Paul's material. I know people in America can relate to Ron Paul, but obviously he's very elderly nowadays, but back in his prime, he was just gold, and usually anything you really wanted a good balanced view on, you listen to Ron Paul and he would tell you, well, the Constitution says this, America's doing this, this is the solution, blah, blah, and he just sum it all up. He just had this ability to do that. And it's like listening to Ron Paul or listening to, Alex Jones. Now, I remember when I first ever heard of Alex Jones, I thought, I'm going to watch his videos from the beginning. So I got on YouTube. There was a video of him at some park, and there were people trying to have a barbecue there, and he's got a megaphone, and he's like, hey, do you guys realize the United Nations want to turn this park into, controlled by the United Nations and not America, and all this stuff. And these people were yelling at him saying, shut up, we're trying to have a barbecue. And he got mad at them. He's there screaming at them. And I'm like, this guy's just nuts, Like you wouldn't get Ron Paul doing that. And so I guess that's the thing. So you can have Alex Jones say that exactly the same thing as Ron Paul. It doesn't make the information less. And that's the thing. I don't really care what Rippling has said or whoever. It's just the facts and stats and information, if it's true or not. And obviously, Virginia Mollenkott's had a huge influence on the LBGT community, on the Christian community, mixing these two together. So you go, okay, she's worked on that lexicon. That's hugely influential on the modern Bibles. But then you go back further and it's like, she's working on the NIV. Then you got people like D.A. Waite and others saying, hey, that she was, he's saying that his friend wouldn't be the president unless she was sacked in 1962 and 1963 at Shelton College. That is, like, to me, it's just obvious that, like, I'm not saying the NIV leadership knew this. I mean, how could you know those intricate details? But when you look at it, she's known for this type of thing. And then, all of a sudden, when she comes out of the closet, she's not just like peekaboo. She is out there, like big time, huge influence. And they now give people awards with her name. So, and it's like, did she influence this Bible? I mean, yeah, to me, it's just, of course. But anyway, so Hilly's got to go. And that was like ages ago. Okay, so I'll go through some of these. The connection between liberalism and modern versions is becoming harder and harder to ignore. Regardless of her alleged faults, Ripplinger was on target about that. So Joseph's saying, Nick, are you saying that the standard King James Version arguments regarding Virginia Mollenkott are hogwash, and you need to make new arguments to keep her being of any concern to Christians? I don't know. It sort of sounds like you're sort of saying that I really want to defend Gail Ripplinger or King James onlyism. I mean, I've been avidly against a lot of King James only concepts. So why wouldn't I be against it here? I've looked into it and gone, oh, okay, let's listen to the source. I remember back in the day, I listened to the interview with Chambers. It was like, okay, that's interesting. I didn't really see the big deal about it. Years later, I'm like, okay, I'll re-listen to it. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, she said this, she said that, and it's not matching up with what the Ankerberg show program is saying. And even Chambers says, so Chambers is the sort of guy I know enough about to go, well, he's going to say the truth. When you listen to the interview, you can't deny what she said, which is different. She's saying she did have a lot of influence, where they're saying she had zero influence. That's really the main issue. And so am I just making up another thing? No, I think the facts are there. You just got to look at these facts. And so I think the thing is, if you're coming out of, it's a bit like if you're coming out from being influenced by Gail Ripplinger and you're mad at her at the moment, you might, because people demonize me as King James only, whatever, you might think that I'm on her team. Definitely not. It's like if someone was involved with Stephen Anderson and, Stephen Anderson said something, 10 years ago, and I have the same view. It doesn't, like, I don't really care if Anderson has it or not. There's a lot of things with Anderson, I have no idea what he believes. But then he'll do a sermon on it, and I'm like, we believe the same thing there. That's interesting. Like, I remember I preached on the military-industrial complex and taught a whole lesson on it. And the next sermon Anderson did was the military-industrial complex. And I was like, hey, we're sort of on the same page here, But at the same time, I was trying to teach people that Anderson is a false prophet and to stay away from him. And that's like 15 years ago. So just because someone says something and it's true, it doesn't mean you're joined at the hip. And I've got no problem with just saying Ripplinger's off the wall wrong. Now, I haven't got her documentation of what she said exactly. But from what Joseph Armstrong said, I'm sort of pretty sure that I've got a good gist of it. Okay. If I did have that information, I would have read it and used it. Okay. But we've sort of looked at this other information. It doesn't seem like she was the first one saying this. It doesn't look like she was the only one saying this. And it seems like the Waits actually pulled quite a heavy hitting bit of information when their friend did not want to be the president of a college because Arthur Steele. So it'd be interesting to look up who Arthur Steele is. Arthur Steele refused to be part of the college in the early 60s. Maybe Arthur Steele Bible. Oh yeah, Arthur E. Steele. So some of these guys might be famous. Well, he died in 2011. Okay. Yeah, Shelton College. He served as president. So he was the president of the college. So, you know, that's gnarly. Okay. 1956. So if he was already saying that in 1962, 1963, and it says here, 1962, he was appointed president. And so that's interesting. So I wonder if Riplinger left. I wonder if it says that on the Riplinger page. Okay, so we just need... There we go. Doesn't really have a timeline there. Why am I looking up Go Open? I'm so tired. I'm looking up Virginia Mollenkott. Sorry. It's like 2 in the morning and I'm still doing this. Here we go. Okay. Bob Jones University. And she got a PhD at York. So it doesn't mention. Here we go. She chaired the English department at Sheldon till 1963. So she left, and that's interesting. She was a stylistic consultant for the NIV and the American Bible Society from 70 to 78. So she did work for the American Bible Society up until 1978. That's interesting. So it says when her sexual views were known, she was immediately asked to resign. So that's the usual, the NIV Bible sort of statement. But it doesn't seem to add up. And I guess there's so much information now on the internet, we can go through and piece it all together. But I mean, it's like the translator's voice. Remember that silly story where it's like, oh, the translators lost their voice. And he just went, I've lost my voice, had a sip of water and kept talking. And they were like, it's the judgment of God. And I was like, I've got a book there, Serious Omissions in the NIV, and it has that story there. And I'm like, please just omit this silliness. Anyway. Okay, she got married in 54. Okay. They were divorced in 73. So, I mean, maybe someone out there wants to do a big timeline with all the quotes and match it all up. And I'm sure you can piece it together and figure it out. But do I have the time to do that? No. But I'm just trying to get to truth and sort some things out. Okay, so truth is being reduced to opinion. What matters to most today are subjective personal traits, fallen nature of humanity. Ecumenical movement is marching to an all-inclusive mentality within Christendom. James Snap Jr. is still in the house. Well, that was ages ago. That was like that was an hour ago. The priority is not to show that Mollenkott has influence on now the print NIV, is the influence of others on the New Revised Standard Version UE at all. And that's the thing. You know, Jennifer Knust is basically like, well, I was surprised that their names didn't come up in a Google search together, but it's just the general influence of that whole movement, which, you know, Mollenkott really pioneered there. So they were okay with their zeal for feminism when it was public in 73. And see, that's the thing. She had like D.A. Waite's critiquing her book in 1968. And he's writing about it in 1978 or 1977, it said. He's critiquing it, saying, you're not even a Christian. So Joseph says she had no influence on the verses Joseph Chambers took issue with on the Ankerberg discussion. But I'm not sure about that. Are you sure about that? Because I don't think we can go either way. We don't know. That's the thing. I don't think you can definitively say she doesn't have any influence on that. They made their translation for other reasons. Noel Webster was gay then. Dude, you're making mountains out of molehills. Huh? I never said that. So I don't know how you would get that I said that Noel Webster was gay at all. We're talking about gender inclusive issues, and obviously that would start with puppy feet of other Bibles going, okay. And I'm pretty sure I made it clear that there are some gender inclusive issues that are genuine, like it talks about the hidden man of the heart when it's talking about women wearing jewelry. So it's like, hidden woman of the heart is how that's fine. The man there, anthropos, can be translated as a woman there. That's perfectly fine. But then they go overboard. So I'm not sure. Like it's sort of it's a bit of an accusation against me. Like Noel Webster was gay then, dude. You're making mountains out of molehills. What is that? She had no influence on those verses Joseph Chambers took issue with on the Ankerberg discussion, but we don't know. Like, just because the main guy said she didn't do anything, but you listen to her in her interview, she's going in depth about what she did on every word. So I just can't understand how you come to that conclusion unless you just trust that guy. See, I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt that he's just so high up the chain that he just doesn't, like this sort of plebby worker is like, well, I don't know what she's doing. Well, she never did anything too important. And it's like, she's like, no, actually, I did this, this, and this. And she's going into the details. And I mean, they could have sued her for saying that otherwise. No, you never did that. But they didn't do that, did they? And I never said Noel Webster was gay. Well, what is that? Like, Joseph, seriously, man. But that is just one of the most ridiculous things I've read in like the last 2 months. I'm making mountains out of molehills. I'm not. I'm going through explaining the gender inclusive issues that are big in Bible translations. I mean, the Roman Catholic Church editions are all talking about this. There are whole entire Bibles based around this with the New Revised Standard Version. And, you're like, even James Snaps here saying this, these issues, he's given me a whole bunch of other people saying, look at this person, look at that person. It's not just making mountains out of molehills. So that in that, I don't think we can say what she worked on. She worked on everything by the sounds of it. They made their translation for other reasons. How do you know that? Just by what he said? So none of her decisions were ever really considered. She was just wasting her time. She spent 3 years there just wasting her time. And I never said Noah Webster was gay. And I'm not making mountains out of molehills. This is actually an issue which critical text guys are debating about. So why are you making out this type of thing? It's like you're just making out that everyone who has anything to do with the King James Version is following Ripplinger and defending Ripplinger. I'm not. I'm just simply not. I talk all the time about how her dictionary thing is silly, and it's dumb. So anyway, I'm sort of a bit offended by that. LJ's in the house. Joseph says, Gail's book makes no distinction between Mollenkott before she rejected Christianity and when she served as a consultant for the NIV. Every mention she makes is not relevant to the discussion. Okay. Gail may have also left out the statement that she was abused. Okay, so I don't really know what Gail Ripplinger said. I guess that will be the next thing. I'll look into that. Brethren to brothers and sisters is not a serious reference. And that was not what Gipp and Chambers were taking issue with. Brethren to brothers and sisters is not a serious. Okay, so maybe you're talking to someone in the chat there. She was raised Plymouth Brethren. Did you mention that she may have been MK Ultra survivor? Just a conspiracy theory. I haven't mentioned that because I don't know anything of, you know, I'd just be completely speculation. I've never read anything about that. Okay. Dude, KJV only people are upset about Virginia Mollenkott influencing passages on homosexuality in the first edition of the NIV. This has not been proven and is based on bad arguments. I think that, well, you know, I've just spent, you know, nearly 5 hours making a case. So I think I've made a pretty good case. I haven't really brought up the material of Ripplinger. I've gone 2 years earlier than her, bring up other issues, and brought up the issue of Arthur Steele, the president of a college known to D.A. Waite, bringing up this issue as well. She did not influence the final wording because she made suggestions which were accepted and rejected. She was not part of the final review committee. I don't know anyone who's said that she's part of the final review committee. That's what Parker meant, and you don't have to be a mind reader to figure it out, man. Seriously, like what on earth? Like, when did I say she was part of the final review committee? I clearly have said that she made suggestions, and in the Joseph Chambers interview, it was like, okay, what about the Greek and Hebrew can go this way and that way? So she's putting all that and giving it to people who are making final reviews. Like, okay, I'll play the video again. This is, you know, I'm just sensing that Joseph sort of like wants to argue with Gail Ripplinger, but I'm here. You know what I mean? It's like, what is that comment? Anyway, okay, so we are at Ankerberg, King James Version. Okay.
We cannot, if we are going to be honest with ourselves before God, argue in circles. God does not call us to argue in circles. This argument that was just put forward, it would be just as...
There are some
The Sodomites themselves. That phrase being reinterpreted in their acts of sin.
especially in the Old Testament. Then just this final short paragraph. Homosexual and lesbian practices are condemned.
Okay, so found that bit.
1983. Earlier,
that because there were lesbians on the committee, the translation work they did, they were able to silence all of God's warnings against sodomy in the Bible. Is this true?
No, it isn't, John. And I think I can save a little time by just quickly reading what I wrote about that in the book Accuracy Defined and Illustrated on pages 123 and 124. Some have claimed that the NIV condones sodomy, that is, homosexual sins. The alleged reason for this is that some NIV translators and editors were homosexuals or lesbians. These charges have no basis in fact. Here are the facts. In the earliest stages of translation work on the NIV, namely in the early 1970s, Virginia Mollenkott was consulted briefly and only in a minor way on matters of English style. At that time,
so briefly in a minor way, but she says that she was giving alternative English readings and synonyms. And also she said one of the most frequently things that she was writing was, can the Greek or the Hebrew be translated this way? So she's offering translational suggestions. So that is just not a minor way. That is, you know, that's a huge part of translation methodology.
time, she had the reputation of being a committed evangelical Christian with expertise in contemporary English idiom and usage.
So they might have thought that. That's fine.
Nothing was known of her lesbian views.
That might be true.
Those did not begin to surface until years later in some of her writings, and I'll inject a
And so, yeah, that might be true too.
parenthesis here, as she has said in the interview that you did with her, Joe,
So he's listened to the interview.
on tape, and I've heard that with my own ears. She herself has acknowledged that that did not become known or public knowledge until about the year 1983. And of course, the NIV was finished
1983.
at the end of 1978. If we had known in the early 70s what became public knowledge only years later, we would not have consulted her at all. But it must be stressed that she was not a member of an NIV translation committee. She was not a translator. She was not an editor. She did not influence the NIV translators and editors in any of their final decisions. Not.
But that's, you know, that doesn't mean that she's made final decisions. She hasn't even influenced them in any of their final decisions. So every time she said, can the Greek and Hebrew go this way or that way, they just went, oh, she's written that, and just get rid of it. You know, that's what. No, she had influence, or else why would they hire someone? I mean, can you imagine paying someone's wages for 3 years and then just going, all of her work we never even looked at? Yeah, it's like she's just like some janitor with a broom that's got no head on it and just walking around pretending to sweep or something. Of course she influenced. Anyway, I don't think you can deny that. It's just silly, you know. Okay, Logos sells at least one pro LGB book in the line of Catholic books. Okay, that's very interesting. Should we play Nothing to See here in favor of guilt by association, bad gaslighting? Very good point, Rick. I enjoy that. Sodomites need to repent, just like theft or murder. Yes, and I believe they can. I know the new IFB say they can't, but I don't believe them. I think Anderson is wrong. So Joseph says whatever she believed was when she was interviewed and after she rejected Christianity, it has zero influence on the NIV. But you don't know that. You're just saying that. So like I mentioned earlier, like Hitler, before he was putting people in concentration camps, did he have ideals of this? He was studying the gulags of Soviet Russia. He already had this all in his mind, like, I'm going to start these things. And it's like, no, it was only when the war started that these things. No, he had them going from 1933. Did he have the idea in his head? Yes, absolutely, and that can be proven. So, if we've got people who are testifying that she was this way inclined, that a president of a Bible college wouldn't wanted her kicked off the staff. That's pretty big, that's evidence that you have to sort of throw away, get rid of, and claim that she's just innocent right up until that. I guess soon as the NIV chapter, as soon as she lost her job there, it was like she just lost it. No, it's pretty obvious that you're making definitive claims which the facts are pointing in a different direction. And I agree with that author, but we don't know what her influence was or wasn't. And so, but you're saying it definitely wasn't. You're going from one extreme to the other. You 1 minute you're saying, she's just, saying the Gail Riplinger line, and then you're jumping right over and saying, no, she never did anything. It's like, just have a balance here. It's, she had zero influence. It's like, okay, that's a pretty big faith claim, Search the NIV for Mollenkott. It's on the Internet Archive. NABV. NAVB. NABV. Okay. Okay, so that's James White. New Age Bible versions refuted. Okay, so James White says, Mrs. Mollenkott went on to say that the new versions allow for sin because they do not use the term fornication. In the process, she mentioned that Dr. Virginia Mollenkott was on the NIV translation committee, and that she was a lesbian, and that her beliefs are found right in the NIV. I've never heard of such a charge. So the next morning, I called the International Bible Society and inquired about it. I discovered that while she was Mollenkott was indeed confessed to be a lesbian, again, was busy Riplinger was taking things out of context. Mollenkott was not a translator, but a stylist, and that for a massive 5 months. It's pretty clear it was 3 years, but anyway. Then she took stands contrary to biblical standards. She was removed from the project. Okay. But that's sort of like, we sacked her because she's a lesbian, But then did they go back to her work and say, just scrap all her work, I don't know. And James White sort of, James White made a phone call and he's worked everything out. Riplinger brought up Virginia Mollenkott, but then the caller brought up the charge of homosexuality that the history places against King James. Okay. Like James Snap said, it's sort of like, well, you know, these guys don't want these facts to be there, but they're pretty clear. I don't care whether Riplinger said it. I don't care whether she got this tattooed on her face. I couldn't care less, you know, and that, I think that's the thing, is like some people are so obsessed with a person, and it's like, is it truth, you know? Okay, so Edward Barber, KJV is closest to the Word of God. Okay, so I might just start shutting some of these things down. But I've got to go through these comments, and I'm like an hour behind. Joseph said he can discuss at any time. Are you going to look at the passages Gipp, Chambers, and Riplinger take issue with? Not really, not tonight. Okay, her relationship with Christianity is complicated. She was more of a New Age Christian, to my understanding. Bible version conspiracy. Have you discussed why the NIV wanted her input? I think because she was an English consultant. That was probably it. Okay. Have you discussed what Barker said on the Ankerberg show and what he wrote in his book? Yes. So I discussed that, and I replayed that after you said that he, you know, sort of, I claimed that she was finishing things. It's like, no, she wasn't. She never said she made the NIV say shrine prostitutes or change sodomite to homosexual like Chambers and Gipp claimed. No, that's right. But she's lesbian. It's sort of like, you know, Rudolf Kittel was a Nazi. He went to jail. In Nuremberg, he was tried. He did 3 years jail for Nazi war crimes. Now, Kittel's theological dictionary, that's not bad, but it's his other works that he's sort of trying to demonize the Jews, that they're bad. Was he anti-Semitic? Yes. He did 3 years jail for being so. Did it only really come out after Nuremberg? Yes. But then you go retroactively back and you look at what they're doing and saying and all the rest of it. And it's like, you just do the math and you're like, yeah, he was anti-Semitic. He was Hitler's theologian. And so, Virginia Mollenkott, she comes out as lesbian. It's like she's said a whole bunch of things that all her life she struggled with this. All her life she only got married to try and get rid of the gay out of her and all this. And while she's working on the NIV, reading all this stuff, do you think that she's going to see, you know, shrine prostitute and go, no, that should say sodomite? You know what I mean? No, she's going to go, yeah, that's a good reading. I like that. So homosexual offenders. And she says her own interpretation of that. Says, I like it because that can mean this. Was that a suggestion of hers? You don't know. I don't know. But it's sort of like, you know, did Rudolf Kittel talk about anti-Semitic things? Well, he did 3 years and got charged at Nuremberg for coming against the Jews and doing war crimes. You know, anyway. Most think Jesus, I don't know what Edward's saying, but we're going to skip over that. Joseph says, Riplinger may not have originated the claims, but she did talk about it a lot and is the earliest I'm aware of currently. She doesn't give a source to my knowledge. So it sounds like this other guy has given, well, he sold 10,000 copies. Apparently, he said that in 1996. So that's quite a lot. Dean Burgon fans and Cloud wouldn't be caught dead quoting Gale. Yes, because they were really good. Well, at first when the book came out, a lot of them jumped into that, but then I think they started chatting between each other, and when Gale lied to the Waits, that was like the end of that. So thanks, guys. People are saying it's good research. If Gale got it from the Waits, it would make sense. Yeah. I'll have to rewatch and study through it all. I was distracted by power going off. Okay. So sorry if I miss. I'm just going to skip over a few of these. He would do this all the time if he could. So yeah, I'm staying up late. I get it. Okay, so we're getting close. True, but Christians make all type of outlandish claims. Barker talked about why they did what they did. I'll explain what I meant about Webster later. I didn't say you said it. Okay, well, sorry for me misreading you, but it did look like I said that. I get what you're saying, Nick. Have you read the significant portions of accuracy defined and illustrated by Barker? No. He sort of read that bit out, but yeah. This is a very convoluted discussion, yes. Okay. I'm trying to be rude. I think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. The video isn't playing well. Take that back. It's reloading a lot. Okay. Her involvement was minor considering the scope of making a new translation. My biggest issue with this stream is that it took so long to get to Barker's statements. That was the second time I played them, so I played them just for you again. If you watched it from the beginning, you would have seen that I did that, but it goes for 5 hours, so I wouldn't expect you to do that. But I'm pretty sure I did mention that I had already done that. Got to go. Boulders Align, thanks for joining. Joseph says, I'm looking for 100 rock solid evidences about these things. I'm not saying she had zero influence. Well, no, you were saying she had zero influence on the NIV. So I'm going to be just as critical on you as I am with everyone else and myself that, So this is a lousy format. Maybe we should just talk about this later. Very nuanced discussion. She was not an English consultant for hire. They wanted her because of her English language credentials. Have you discussed those and reputation as a Christian? No, I don't really know that much about why they hired her. I don't think it's it's interesting, but yeah. I'm not trying to be rude. That's just for me. Okay, cool. I got to the end of the comments. So we're going for over 5 hours. It's 20 past 2 in the morning. And so you can tell the caffeine has worn off. So she did have a lot of influence, but she also did not. Again, lousy format. Yeah, I guess... I guess the thing is she is probably one of the most influential Christians with the homosexual agenda. To think that she didn't favor that type of position when only just a few years later she's coming out and saying, hey, writing the book, the homosexual neighbor book. This one is a homosexual, my neighbor. Another Christian view offers important information which the church might consider theological and ethical considerations of human sexuality. Mollenkott presents a compassionate, persuasive case of a fundamental shift in Christian attitude. So, I mean, this is 78. So it's like, this has got it, like, to write a book of this immenseness, you've got to be already have this in your mind like 2 years earlier. You know what I mean? It's not just something you go, well, that year I thought it, and maybe a year earlier, but you know, I would say this has just been part of her whole thing, you know. Most influential Christian on the LGBTQ movement. And I would say Jennifer Knust is probably up there with that now. And she's the main editor of the New Revised Standard Version Reader's Edition. And so she gets interviewed by Bart Ehrman. But even in that, she sort of pretended that she didn't really agree with Bart on lots of things, that she was like conservative. I was like, she's worse than Bart Ehrman. Like, Bart Ehrman's actually looks tame compared to her, but she's heading up a Bible version, you know. Great news. All right, guys. Well, thanks for joining us. That was an interesting one. I didn't expect it to go for that long. And if I knew it would go for that long, I probably wouldn't have spent time doing audio songs on 1 Timothy chapter 3, verse 16, and trying to create the song that Paul made when he omitted God and just created the biggest solecism in the critical text. But anyway, God bless you guys. Thanks for joining us. I'll play my outro and we'll see you again soon.